fantastic. This is GT racing right now.
He's got traction, he's got with the outside, both of them! Maloney!
Oh, he's taken Anderson! Anderson's up top!
Oh my god! Oh. Big crash! Oh my goodness, half the field's gonna get full!
Six very close. These guys are want to make their way through the field very quickly. Oh, there we go! Oh no! That's massive! This is it! This is over! I can't believe this! Oh my god!
God, what?
Welcome one, welcome all to Sim Speed TV. It's time once again for the Majors series. We're broadcasting the Pacific region here on Sim Speed, and we go to the magnificent Daytona International Speedway. It's the Intimidator. Really looking forward to this one. Two 125 lap races to set the grid and a 200 lapper 500 mile race in the NASCAR Next Gen Cup Series cars. This is going to be a brilliant race. We're glad that you're joining us on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. My name's Reese Gardner. Ryan Jones with me in the comms box. It's been a long time since we've been together. And Jay Kennedy on production behind the scenes. Ryan, this is going to be a fantastic race. In fact, a fantastic two races. Our friends at BRTV are going to be broadcasting the second of the twin 125-mile races to set the grid. Now we're going to decide how the inside row is going to stack up.
Oh, we're on the outside row. We've already set off with confusion. Maybe inside. No, yeah, you're right. There you go. There's the rust in it. So we'll look at our starting grid here, Reese. And Dan Stevens flying the New Zealand flag up at the front. Brian Halleck alongside him. Now, Daniel Stevens is locked in to this field no matter what, Reese.
Yeah, he is. He's already gotten the right to pole position because of the qualifying races throughout the week. He got the best qualifying score. If he finishes inside the top 18, then it's going to be him plus the next 17 drivers that make up the inside row. If he finishes outside the top 18, it's going to be him plus the top 18 drivers from this race. Joins Brian Halleck on the front row as we go through the rest of the grid. Top 10 rounded out by Nick Kuhn and Justin Moulton, with Brent McCoy and Julian Mookie rounding out the top 12. Lung, McAnini, McClure, Hutchison, Lane, and Steele up to row 9. That's the top 18 at the moment. And Walling, Wilson, Hectus, Rindal, and McGreevy are going to be fighting to get into those top positions. We're on the formation lap at the moment behind the iRacing pace car. And of course, Daniel Stevens starting on that pole position in the number 3 Middle Finger Racing entry. Brian Halleck alongside him. We'll see what they do here, Ryan, because Dan Stevens has been talking to our producer before we went live. He's thinking there's a chance people might intentionally wreck him to get into the top 18 because he's locked into pole anyway. Green flag flies, Barney waves it, and we are racing at Daytona for 50 laps here to set the inside row of the 500-mile grid. Halleck got a slightly better run than Stevens off the line there, so we'll see what they can do coming into turn 1. Inside line should be better because it is the tighter line around the circuit, but we'll see as more rubber is laid down how the high line goes.
Yeah, they were more organised on the top off the launch there. The 7 was tucked right up under the bumper of Halleck, and we see it again down the back straight with the big shove from the 27. That's Shane Vickery, and that's going to push Halleck clear, but he doesn't elect to go down to the bottom. Dowd wasn't clear to move down, and already seeing a bit of teamwork happening up top. Whether they are teammates or not, it's always good to have allies from all over the racetrack by the time you get to the end of this race. So work with people early, and then towards the end, it's every man and girl for themselves.
Indeed it is. Have a look at that. Into turn 1, Stevens gets a slight advantage there up the front, being pushed along by Andrew Kotska, but Halleck, as soon as they come off turn 1, that ramp onto the back stretch, really helping the outside line. Now, the question is, when will they move down to the inside? Because we've seen people do that plenty in past oval races. They just haven't got as much of an advantage as they'd like yet.
Yeah, well, in real life, we often see that the field start to roll the top. in unison, but in iRacing that never really comes to fruition. The inside is always at the line you want to be in over a distance, or when you're trying to just settle in early on like this. The top is probably the place to be if you're wanting to move forward, because we're seeing this momentum off the high side, down the back straight, and through the tri-oval as well, as those cars are able to link up easier. And this is a big shove. This is going to give the top two an opportunity to move down, and they do take it. And the 27 wanted to go with him, and Stevens saves it.
On the apron, goodness me. Having to take a little avoiding action, meanwhile, is, goodness me, Cody Richardson in the second of those blue and black cars on the inside. Kotsko's teammate, goodness me. That was almost an absolute disaster here. It's only a comparatively short race here, so the drivers will be fighting for every position they get. You would have noticed in the race format graphic that there is going to be one pit stop for fuel. So these guys still trying to work that out as well. Well, Daniel Stevens moving down to third place as a result of that, and he's trying his best to keep himself here in these top positions. He knows that he'll be guaranteed pole for the 500 in any case, but regardless, he'll try and race as hard as he can, as Justin Morton has the best view in the house with his VR headset. Look at that run that the inside line has.
Well, down the back straight, Dan Stevens just gave an almighty shot to the back of the 27. Got them both extremely sideways. And a bit of displeasure being shown there, I think, from Stevens. It was pretty poor from the 27. This early on, you don't need to be trying to squeeze down in front of other cars like that. He was never clear of the 3 car, but by some on unholy miracle, they've managed to keep it green. And I think a lot of that was down to Nick Kuhn in the 19. He had cars at either end of his number 19, and he did a fantastic job to place himself really well. It's cost him. He's now towards the back of the field, but he's still in the running, which is all that matters. You talked about the fuel run there, Reese. We need to make a pit stop, but the tank can go 36 to 41 laps, depending on how much you're saving in the draft here. So there could be a bit of strategy in this as to when you pit, because in theory, you could pit anywhere from lap 15 and comfortably make it home.
Yeah, that is the big question. And of course, Brian Halleck out front at the moment. He's flat out there. He's the one pulling everyone else along in the slipstream there on the bottom row. So you would think that he'd be the first one to have to make a pit stop, but we'll have to wait and see how things work out. You also mentioned Nick Kuhn. Yes, he's fallen down to 19th position. He's currently leading a 5-car train at the back of the field, including Greg Hectus behind him in the 801, sorry, Ken Leung, Richard McClure, and Michael Lane. If there is a caution, then they'll be brought right back into it. Meanwhile, that top line is starting to lose some momentum here. Stevens has switched up to the top line. Let's see if he can try and lead a charge to come back on the inside line. Well,
they had momentum until Dan Stevens went up there. They were starting to move forward, but as he jumped up, the 70 just backed off a little bit. And once one car backs off, it's a concertina all the way back through the line. But they'll gather some more momentum here. They're doing a really good job now through the tri-oval. Sorry, I've just had an absolute aneurysm looking at Brian screwing his name there for some reason. He was hooked up really nicely to the back of Stevens, and he's got glued again to the back of the 3 car.
He has indeed, right in the slipstream, and of course Scrivener. Wow, all right, that's a good green screen, that is. He is really bumping Stevens along, isn't he? They've got to take care here up the top. They got cars on one side, safer barriers on the other. You do not want to get a slide on, especially at this stage of the race.
You can't do this for too long as well. Engine temps, all temp, I should say, and water temp are massive factors of super speedway racing. And when you spend too long tucked right up under the bumper of the car in front, your own equipment starts to really hurt. And you can only push this aggressively for a few laps. There he goes. He's blown his engine. He's blown his engine. And they're wrecking.
Oh, just behind. Yellow flag is out. Oh, goodness me. Well, Wayne Hutchinson, unfortunately, coming off the worst out of all of those cars. The 70 of Brian Scrivener blowing his engine behind Daniel Stevens there. And we have a caution 10 laps in.
I'm going to jump ahead of the allegations here and say that wasn't a commentator's curse. I just predicted what was about to happen.
Yeah, well, you were talking about having an aneurysm, thinking about Brian Scrivener's name. Well, his engine just experienced an aneurysm right there, unfortunately. And, oh, man, weren't many places for the drivers behind to go. The lack of pace from Brian Scrivener, a little bit too much to react to at that point, but that's the main reason why you need to have your eyes on stalks at this stage. Fortunately, thanks to the rules of the Major Series, every driver gets one spare car, so we should be able to see Scrivener back out on track very shortly, but he'll have to be careful in the slipstream once more.
Yeah, well, the problem he's going to have is he needs to get a tow back to pit lane, because he ain't got no power to get back there on his own. As we see some big impacts for everyone else there, but I reckon everyone else has been able to get back to pit lane under their own power, take that spare car, stay on the lead lap, courtesy of it being a 50-second lap time, and well north of that under a yellow flag. Scrivener will have to take the tow, probably lose a lap or two. He'll be hoping for some more cautions in this race, and the other thing this will do is create a very interesting fuel run to the end. I reckon they should be able to get home from here, but if you're out front the whole way, probably not.
Yeah, and that's the reason why the whole field has just come into the pit lane. These laps under caution will make sure that you use a very small amount of fuel compared to when you're out there in racing conditions. So a few laps of fuel saved under caution will likely result in them just being able to get to the end from here. And Daniel Stevens has won the race out of pit lane. That was a 7.1 second stop, 25.9 second lane time. Quickest pit stop out of everyone has been Justin Morton, only 6.4 seconds stationary. And Morton will obviously be hoping that a bunch of fuel is saved in the draft. He'll be able to slide on through and potentially claim victory from there. But Stevens really putting the hammer down here at the front of the field.
Yes, sorry, I was just repositioning my microphone.
No worries.
I don't know if this is a long-term solution, but we'll roll with it. I've got multiple screens going. I'm working from home. I'm commentating. We've got all sorts going on here. But it's the Daytona 500, and it's going to be hard-pressed for me to miss any opportunity to get involved in these sorts of races. I've raced this as a driver as part of the Major Series a couple of years ago, Reese. I think I drop-punted someone across the line to pick up third place. Got a poundy for it, but that's not what the record books show. And that's the sort of desperation we're going to see in this duel race as well, because no one cares if you finished 19th in the duel and had a great package ready for the 500, because you didn't make the show. You've got to get yourselves into the top 18, and we've only got 22 cars. But with a spare car available, Reese, the chances are someone's going to miss out who finishes this race.
Yeah, indeed. It's pretty much guaranteed from here. Well, the field is forming back up now behind the pace car, and lights are off, so we will be going green at the end of this lap. They're on the back stretch right now. ready to make their way into turns 3 and 4. Looks like Brent McCoy has come into the pits again. McCoy, I think, playing the long game here. McCoy was, I believe, one of the drivers that was involved in that incident at the back of the field, and he is definitely trying to secure himself for the long run here. He's just come out of the pits behind the field. It's something that you really need to do under caution in oval races. If you're running up the back, jump in a few times under caution, top the tank up, and you'll be ready to go.
17, 586 in the 70. That's Hutchison, McCoy, and Scrivener have all taken their spare car. And we are set to go racing once again with 38 to go.
Here we go then. Green flag flies as Stevens leads them away once more. This time he's got Nathan Dowd leading the high line off the top. And once again, Stevens does lead across the line, but loses out on the way into turn 1. Acceleration evidently not the strong point of the number 3 right now. He's just trying to preserve his car at the moment. Onto the back stretch once more. And that's a good push there from Justin Morton on Nathan Dowd. Morton gained 6 spots by the time the pit stops were completed, and they already moved down to the inside line. That's a very quick decision there. Now McGreevy is the one leading the high line.
Yeah, very, very little in the way of organisation down low. Morton actually had an opportunity to jump down behind Dowd and the 9 car of the 7 and the 3. See, Morton's running the 9 in sim, but he's got 58 or 68 plastered on his car. I don't love that for us as the commentators. But he had an opportunity to jump down low, didn't take it, and now he's leading the outside, and that's a position I've always preferred to be in. If I'm not leading the inside, I want to be leading the outside. I don't want to be 2nd or 3rd car back on that bottom line.
Indeed. Greg McEnany in the Forge Silver machine. A few more positions back from that, so he's got the benefit of the slipstream of many cars ahead of him. So plenty of fuel saving to go on there if he is running a little bit tight. It's all about waiting here.
So it's McCreevy leading that top line. We've had that opportunity to go low, didn't take it. And now they're all sort of holding even. Big push from Wilson there. But both lanes with some good pushes. And the speed of your line is solely determined by how good that guy in 2nd or 3rd is. Doesn't matter how good that leading car is. Christian Challoner in the 1 car. Pretty good guy to have in your line.
Yes, Challoner, the most successful driver across all the majors seasons. He's won plenty in this series, and he's looking to try and do the same here in the Pacific region. End of lap 16 then. And still, Morton and Dowd holding a slight advantage here on the low line, but another push from McGreevy and Wilson. Julian Mookie is up top as well, just behind them. He's not quite able to get as close through the corners. Let's see what they do here across the tri-oval.
Just noticing too, Michael Lane and Wayne Hutchison did not catch the draft. They are about 5.5 seconds back. They will lose time as this run goes on and probably go a lap down if we stay green. 21st and 22nd, they'll miss out on the Daytona 500 as things stand. Same goes to Brian Scrivener, who's a lap down, needs a caution, and is even further behind those 2 cars you see on the right-hand side of your screen. He's all by himself. He's going to have a very lonely few laps here. But if I was betting man, Reese, I am not betting against a yellow.
Yeah, indeed. I'm reckoning we're going to see at least one more before the end of this race. We're just coming up on 2/3 race distance right now. Everyone in a pack at the moment. And it doesn't seem like either line has a huge advantage at the moment. It looked pretty clear towards the middle of the first green flag stint which line had the advantage, but now it seems like they're drawing pretty level coming into the turns. And even then, the high line didn't get the best run off turn 2 that time.
No, well, it can be tough when you're pushing on the top and you're tucked up behind someone. When you're on the bottom, you've got that yellow line that you can use as a guide. You just keep your left sides not on it, because you'll probably grind across the apron and spin out, but just above the yellow line. And you can use that as a guide. Up top, there isn't as much of a guide for you. There's a wall, but you don't want to be getting too close to that this early on in the run. And so that leading car often wobbles around quite a bit coming off the corner, and it makes it very tricky to line up the bumper for the car behind. And if you don't hit that car square on, you're going to send them sideways, and you can only get away with that so many times before they spin, or they are a very good driver.
Absolutely. Well, the inside line just getting a massive run there through turns 3 and 4. Looks like the Highline boys are starting to lose their mojo a bit. McGreevy falling back into 6th place at the moment. Remember, though, McGreevy up 17 spots from where he started, so there's still a really good result for him so far. He's just got to try and maintain this, but the top 4 have just about broken free of the high line. Having said that, look at the push now. That is a big push happening there from Wilson on the back of McGreevy, and they get back up equal with the top 3.
That was close to 15 kilometers an hour difference there for the leading car on the top compared to what they were doing on the bottom. That's how powerful a good push can be. I'm not going to convert that into miles per hour. You guys should just use the metric system.
Yeah. We're an Australian broadcaster. We use the powers of 10.
Yeah, the logical system. Did you know the boiling point is not 0? The standard temperature is not 0. Freezing point, sorry. Because that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely.
God,
well,
boiling point at 0, that would be
yeah.
awful.
Yeah, that'd be an interesting measurement system,
hey,
wouldn't it?
Here's an opportunity here. See that
Yeah.
bottom line? They've just broken apart. Dan Stevens is a long way off the back of Justin Morton. This top line is going to get a massive run here. So Stevens, but he's going to have to check up. He's not going to be able to hit them that hard without, again, turning them sideways.
Yeah,
Inside line's going to close up, and then they're all going to check up.
That's the dilemma there for Daniel Stevens. He does lift off nicely and get in behind Morton and Dowd. You can see on Daniel Stevens' Zoom feed down in the bottom right, he's got his heart rate monitor up, and also a histogram showing how his heart rate changes throughout the race. It's running at a pretty consistent 100 to 110 beats per minute at the moment.
It's not much. It was like 140 when he was next to me in the 86 series a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, I suppose Stevens quite used to oval racing at the moment, and yeah, that little giggle there. Jay, producer, jumping in with, I wonder why, because in 86s, you and Daniel Stevens, Ryan, were rarely not sharing the same piece of racetrack.
All right, 5 times in 4 races a we crashed. It's a new record, I think. But we move on. We're both, I think, more suited to the oval side of things than the road, especially a car that does not brake particularly straight. Another good push from the inside here, and I just think that the outside line's missing an opportunity here to capitalise on what is a bit disorganised down the bottom. It's disorganised, but somehow keeping pace. I don't know if that's just the way this race is playing out. The inside is really powerful, or that the outside just aren't doing a good job right now.
Yeah, it's perplexing at the moment. Feels like they're definitely getting helped there in the top 3 by the constant pushing from Dan Stevens down the straights. It's working out very nicely for the bottom line at the moment, but they've got to take care of the exit there. You saw that little wobble from the drivers behind Nathan Dowd. Once you get out of the corners here. Of course, it is a tighter line on the bottom. And whether you're on the high line or the low line, you have to deal with a change in the camber of the tarmac, which can unsettle your car.
Here we go. Big run from McGreevy. 4 cars, nose to tail up top. They got to keep this going through the tri-oval. Try to carry this momentum through the corner, and then down the back straight, they should be drawing even with Nathan Dowd. They've just broken apart. Very conservative from Wilson there, second in line. Backs right off.
Yeah, but now, once they get onto the straight, it's time for another push. You see him just get behind McGreevy there, and the run continues. Right in the rear bumper, back off a little bit coming into the corners, so he's staying closer to him this time.
Let's go on board with Wilson here, because it is much harder than it looks to stay glued up to the car in front, especially as we get close to the corner. Look, so from the cockpit, Ken, we're sitting high here. From the cockpit, you cannot see that corner approaching. Definitely not from this angle, but this shows you, this is the eye level. There you go. This is the eye level that the driver sees. There you go. You cannot see what's in front of you right now. You push and you hope, and then you've got to use your feel to realise when this corner is about to come up. And just back off ever so slightly. Just feather the throttle. We've had a spin in the background.
Yep. Now, who could that be? It's Wayne Hutchison. And it looks like the engine's gone on that thing due to contact with the wall. Hutchison was racing with Michael Lane, and Lane's gone off as well. These two have come together. Actually, it looks like Michael Lane caught the apron and spun by himself.
I hope the guys at the front don't catch wind that the 2 cars by themselves caused this crash, because this yellow, it's never a fun thing. You get a good run going, and the 2 cars that are on the lonesome spin out. It takes some effort, actually. But it's very easy to do.
Yeah, it is. It is. Let's have a look at how it happened here. So Michael Lane ahead of Wayne Hutchison here. Watch as they come into turn 1. Lane will go below the yellow lines here and just grab the apron there. That unsettles the car and sends him up. And they go over and around.
I'll tell you what's truly caused that crash. Probably boredom. Loss of concentration, right? When you're in the pack, you are hyper-focused. Your heart rate's up, unless you're Dan Stevens, apparently. And you are fully aware of what's going on. But when you are just riding with someone else, it is very easy to just lapse in concentration, and that's what happens. I mean, these cars are going at 280, 300 kilometers an hour in the draft. You lose focus for half a second, and you've traveled quite a distance.
Yeah, that you have. Quite a big rate of speed in these cars, and of course the apron is there, mostly for safety reasons, to allow cars to run off the racetrack if they're slow. But there's still an incredibly big change in elevation and camber down there. Cars are not designed to just go down on the apron and then jump back up. Lane comes into the pits. Wouldn't be surprised if Hutchison is in there as well. He is indeed. So the field moves on by.
Pit lane, even. Sorry. Brian Scrivener is going to be happy with this. He will get the lucky dog and come back around onto the lead lap.
Yeah, he will indeed. Scrivener was hoping for another caution, and he's gotten it. So now he'll be able to get himself back into contention here. 18th position is the goal. Currently, that 18th spot is held by Richard McClure. So everyone behind him will be trying their best to work their way past here. Dog Bear Blue, currently the last position here that will go into the race from this first 125 mile.
This is just the appetizer for the big one, 125 miles. We've got 500 miles to come after this, 200 laps.
Yeah, this is only the very start of the night, isn't it?
Yeah. Sorry, my brain's not working today. I said 125 was 50, 200 was 500 miles, and for some reason it didn't add up in my head. It does, of course, add up, but It's been too long. It's too long between broadcast stints for me, I think. There's a bit of rustiness going on.
Oh, well, getting back into it very nicely. So Nathan Dowd, still the one in the lead at the moment. Justin Morton up at the head of the field with him. Now, we managed to get a pretty good green flag run there of about, I'd say, 17, 18 laps or thereabouts.
If our longest green flag run in the 500 is 17 laps, you will not be calling it a good green flag run.
Yeah, I'm talking relatively here. It's only a short race this time, so if we get a couple of cautions, then it's like, oh, yeah, yep, it's broken it up nicely. But yeah, once if they start happening non-stop in the 500, we will very quickly get frustrated, won't we?
I think there's a time limit on the 500. I think it's 3, 4, somewhere between 4 hours and 45 minutes.
Oh, God.
No. Okay, well, that's good. Last year's was 3 hours and 25 long. I've got good faith in the quality of competition in the Majors series. In fact, if I recall correctly, and I doubt this has changed, very much action at the start, sensible driving through the middle, and absolute mayhem at the end.
He is hoping. Well, lights off on the pace car. We are on the verge of going green once more. 22 laps to go at the moment. We'll be coming up to 21 to go when they cross the line. Pace car will dip into the pit lane momentarily. Just out of frame. There he goes. Now the field is controlled by Nathan Dowd. Wait for the green flag. They're in the restart zone at the moment, and away they go. That's a good initial run there from Dowd, but once again, that little ramp off the high line in the tri-oval gives the advantage to the high line. Morton leads at the entry to turn 1, but Dowd comes back at him with the tighter line. Now, at this point in the race, Ryan, there should be some good rubber laid down on the high line, so you'd expect them to start coming back into it pretty soon.
Yeah, definitely. I think it doesn't really matter what point of the race you're at. The high line can always work. It really just depends on who you've got with you. But certainly a bit of rubber is going to help with stability. More so when we get into the longer race later on. Because even though tyres aren't a talking point on these super speedways, you certainly feel the effect of an older tyre on your car. The car will turn a little bit less coming out of the corners and maybe even slide a little bit, and it can creep up on you. Just out of nowhere, the car will break loose. So having that rubber down is pretty important as we go on to the longer runs later on in the day. But this is a good job from Dan Stevens' race. He is giving some good pushes to the back of Dowd and just pushing them clear of that top line.
Yeah, working nicely here. Stevens, of course, with plenty of experience in oval racing for someone from our part of the world, at the very least. And Nathan Dowd will definitely appreciate those constant pushes down the straights. But let's see what the high line can do to come back at this. Justin Morton is being given a bit more space than he'd like down the straights by Shane Vickery. And you see that Vickery isn't quite running in line with him through the corners as well. So they're going to have to get their proverbial together if they want another run here with 19 laps to go. Vickery drafting up to the back now of Morton, and yeah, that is a good bump, but it's not going to be quite enough to overcome the top 3 at the moment. Moving into third is Brian McGreevy, up to 20 positions at the moment, and I half thought for a moment he was going to try and move up to the high line to get in front of Morton and join that run, but it seems not quite at the moment.
You got to be careful with the bump drafting a little bit. If you're trying to get momentum, out-and-out bump drafting isn't always the best way to go. If you're the 27 here of Vickery and you keep giving these big shots to Justin Morton, you're going to push Morton forward on the racetrack and you're going to stall yourself out. And you're going to end up back at square one by the time you get to the next push. What you need to do is drag that 79 with you glide up to the back of Morton and just lock on and push him for a lap. And then you can back off and poke your nose out through the corner. There's ways to keep your engine cool while still pushing very hard up to the back of the car in front.
The great dilemmas of oval racing. Well, it seems that the High Line is starting to come back here. They've drawn level with Stevens in second place. And Morton, with some great momentum there off the ramp, draws level with Nathan Dowd at the front of the field. Now, if you're a driver in the second half of this pack, what kind of decision do you make? Would you rather be on the low or the high line at this stage?
Right now, with 17 laps to go, I would rather be Richard McClure.
Yeah, I'd definitely be Richard McClure as well.
The last car in the draft on the lead lap, and he can go whatever lane he wants. He's also got the benefit of a lapped car behind him, so it's going to be very hard for him to lose the draft. And in the duel, where you only need to gain a couple places, I'm backing myself every day of the week to get a run and gain those couple places on the last lap. He's just done it there, actually. To the top side, a bit of a run, gains 3 spots, and falls back. Oh, a bit of a check-up in front of him there, as the 727 of Rindal just got a little high through the corner. But it's getting a bit tighter at the front. The heart rate is increasing for Dan Stevens. And that'll be because that High Line is now racing up alongside him, and he is boxed in.
His BPM at the moment is in the vicinity of fast house music or slightly slow trance music. Look at that bump, and there's a wreck at the back. But we stay green, interestingly enough.
It's McClure.
Yeah, that's unfortunate there for McClure. It looks like Michael Lane was also involved in that, the second big crash that Lane has been involved in tonight. But have a look at that run from the High Line. They have gotten a massive advantage now. And do they have the space to move down to the bottom? They're not going for it at this stage. Here's the replay on the right of what happened to McClure and Lane.
He actually got loose. Car in front backed off a little bit. McClure had to get off the throttle right as he exited the corner, and the car got loose. It drove him down the racetrack into Michael Lane. And, yeah, just really unfortunate timing there. You want to avoid lifting off over that crest as much as you can, because that's what happens.
Here's the push once again from Daniel Stevens. The bottom line flag flyers trying their best now to come back here at Justin Morton and everyone behind him. This is going to be very tight indeed. Across the line, we have 13 laps to go. And oh, that was close there. Stevens getting into the back of Dowd and nearly sending him up.
Let's get some 3 wide going.
Yeah.
Actually, there's probably not enough cars to get a third lane going. Getting that third lane is all about the energy you can build. And with 20 cars in the draft, you get a third lane, and suddenly there's only about 7 per lane, and it's really hard to get all 3 of them working in equal. But we've just seen the top line break free here. And Justin Morton doesn't want to go down
crash
low.
At the back again. We stay green? No, we don't.
No, we don't.
No, we don't. That was, it looks like Ken Leung was the one who brought that out. He was still on the racetrack at the time, so everyone slows up. Looks like Brett McCoy and Daniel Rindal were also involved in that in the cars that went off the circuit, and it was Rindal, unfortunately, that got loose off turn 3 and slammed into those 2 other cars.
Yeah, same scenario as that last one. Just a different reason for it.
Was that contact with the 37?
No, he's made a mistake there and come down a little bit and sort of drifted back up high to react, and then, because he's getting close to the wall, lifted off, just like Richard McClure did, and that just turned the car sideways pretty extremely, actually, and he's tagged the 37. Greg, McKinney's been left with nowhere to go, and Brent McCoy getting a piece of it as well.
Oh, there we go. Pretty heavy contact with a safer barrier on the inside there for Rindal, and joined by Brent McCoy down there. Well, Rindal has been given an end-of-line penalty by the InSim administrator, Michael Lett, the founder and lead admin of the Major Series. So that is going to be a little bit of a blow for Rindal coming into this final stint, but it's not quite over yet. Rindal still on the lead lap, and he's only a couple of positions away from that 18th spot.
Yeah, I think Rindal's been struggling a little bit. Every time I've taken a look at that car so far, he's just been a little bit haphazard in keeping his line. And I think, yeah, obviously the cause of that previous caution, but I think inadvertently the cause of McClure's spin as well. He was reacting to Rindal moving about in front of him, and it's going to be something that's been picked up on by all the other drivers that have been around him and seen that. These are all the things you've got to keep an eye on. Drivers that are just struggling with the setup and not quite holding on to the line as well, because they're the drivers you don't want to be working with when it comes down to the business end. And what do you reckon, Reese? What tunes do you reckon Morton's got going through the headset there?
Probably the trance beat set by Daniel Stevens' heart rate, I'd gather.
Yeah, good shout.
Something like that. Got to keep yourself hyped up under caution. Well, we're going to have under 10 laps to go when we go green. This is going to be an out-and-out sprint. And speaking of Daniel Stevens, his heart rate's fallen back under 100. You can see the rate that it falls off there under caution. But at the time the caution came out, the High Line was getting a really good run. So Daniel Stevens has fallen back to 5th place on this restart. He is going to have 2 cars in front of him on the low line when they go green again. So his chances of nabbing victory from here, well, they're roughly the same, but he's going to have to do a little bit of extra work, factor a few more things into his calculations.
So no green, white checkers either for this short 50-lap dash, which means we've probably got one more shot at a caution before a yellow flag would end the race. We're going to see the aggression levels skyrocket on this restart. A lot of aggression towards those cutoff areas. There's 20 cars on the lead lap, so at the moment, Brent McCoy and Daniel Rindal will be quite eager to gain a couple of spots, and those in front of them will be quite eager to not let them go through.
Every driver is racing for something here. For all, except for one, Daniel Stevens, guaranteed pole, no matter what happens to him.
You know what Stevens is racing for? Knowledge. He is learning a lot about the drivers he's going to be racing later on in the 500.
Absolutely. At least the ones who are going to be starting on the inside lane for the 500. In comes the pace car. And Morton is going to be the one leading the way here on the green flag. It waves and we are away. And that was the rare good start from the low line. They've gotten some great momentum going forward. Unfortunately, Shane Vickery not quite as quick on the uptake as the drivers behind him would have liked. Daniel Stevens moves into 3rd. Nathan Dowd guaranteed 2nd for the time being. And the momentum is being lost. I'm seeing a couple of drivers at the back of the High Line thinking, okay, this is over. We're going to move to the low line and take our chances.
Top line needs to get a wiggle on, and they will do. Drivers at the front on this low line would probably be quite happy to sit and ride if they're smart about it, but that blood will be pumping. 27 gets turned sideways. Big save there from Shane Vickery.
Goodness me. And unfortunately, that has killed even more momentum for the top line. They are way down at the moment. And have a look at that. Moving up to the top now. The pair of Cody Richardson and Andrew Costa. They've decided to lead the charge now.
Blood will be pumping. We'll get to the end here, and everyone's eyes are going to light up at the prospect of winning a race at Daytona. But they've got to remember, this is just the qualifier. You just need to be top 18, and that is all. You cannot afford to wreck yourself on the last lap trying to go for the win and end up finishing 20th.
The 18th position is currently held by Travis Warling. He's got Rindal and Hectus behind him. Those are the only two drivers who'll be able to overcome him at this stage. Richard McClure is a lap down. Michael Lane and Wayne Hutchison have retired. We won't be seeing any more of them today. With a run from the high line further up the field, starting to gain a bit more.
Ooh. 70 there. Brian Scrivener back on the lead lap and back in the lead pack, running in 6th position. Well, he was at the start of the lap anyway. That will have changed by now as the top side comes in, but he wobbled up the racetrack a little bit through 3 and 4, almost into the door of those drivers leading that high line. And look at the surge they are having. They are running their way to the front. Bit of side draft there. Some experience from Richardson, sucking the air off of Dan Stevenson's rear quarter panel, slowing him down. And look at the gap that caused.
Big bump from Andrew Kotska there behind Cody Richardson, and that has sealed the deal now. The high line right up with the top 3 down low.
Couple of teammates working together. And you can see how powerful that top lane can be when you've got 2 drivers working in tandem that can do it really well.
Yeah, this is an excellent run from these guys. Looks like Stevens is coming back at them now. Five laps to go. Will be 4 at the line, and have a look at the top line. Right at the end of the back stretch, they have a massive run on everyone down low. And they lead coming out of turn 4.
And they lead at the stripe, crucially. So the top side winning at the moment. But looking back, top 20 covered by 9/10 of a second at the line. The 2 missing out right now, Nick Kuhn and Rindal. But he's side by side with Julian Mookie, who I expect to normally see a lot further up towards the front of the field.
Changes between Challoner and Warling and Mookie and Rindal down at the crucial 18th spot area.
Yeah, Challoner's in danger. I'd have been upset if he misses out.
Yeah, will be too.
Bottleneck, contact, shuffled out of line.
Oh, down low go the teammates. Oh, and they make contact. That was almost a spin there for Cody Richardson, who now leads the pack. The Ford Fusion of Alan Wilson is now the lead car on the top line there in the number 79 machine.
Hallinan with an aggressive move to the top of the racetrack. Car starting left and right. Replay on the bottom of your screen of that aggressive dive down low from the teammates. There was a big checkup at the back of that low line that caused Greg McKinney to get shuffled out of line, and he drops out of the cutoff. 2 to go.
All right, this is where things are going to really get leery here in this pack. Currently, Julian Mookie is the driver on the bubble in 18th position. But we're going to keep our eyes peeled here on the front to see who will come away with the win here in this first of the twins to set the grid for the Daytona 500. Richardson and Kotska, they are working together so well. There's the battle for the transfer down there on the bottom. Julian Muki is in the number 39 car.
Are we going to see aggression at the front race? Are they going to risk it? Or are they going to just settle for what they've got? White flag.
Here we go.
Contact at the very back between the cut-off drivers. And
no.
Rindal's going to miss out. He's spun. Nick Kuhn, I think he's going to miss out. He's got no one to draft up behind. And I think McKinney's going to be safe. The rest of them can fight.
Here we go then. The run to the finish. Daniel Stevens has dropped off the back of the top four down low. It is between Nathan Dowd, Justin Morton, Andrew Kotska, and Cody Richardson, who is going to take the win here in the first of our sprints. That's a good run there from Morton on the outside, but it's not going to be enough. Cody Richardson is going to be the one who takes victory here in the first of our 125-mile twins. And the number 19 car of Nick Kuhn finishes in 19th. Daniel Rindal in 20th. Greg McKinney is going to be the one who takes 18th. And all these drivers behind him, including McClure and Lane and Wilson in the pits, are out of the Intimidator.
Well, there's the appetizer. What to expect in the 500. A win for Cody Richardson. His teammate behind him made that pretty easy. Just pushed him across the line. They knew they were both locked in. At the back, though, they tried to go three wide. They were desperate to make it in. And unfortunately, it was their own undoing.
Well, goodness me. The mad sim racing duo of Richardson and Kotska will be very happy with their performance there. They will take the second and third positions on the inside row coming into this race, and these are the results. 800ths between them at the line. Morton had a good run, but wasn't quite enough. Dowd and Wilson will round out the top five. Stevens finishes 6th in this race, but of course still securing pole for the 500. Shane Vickery and Ken Leung 7th and 8th. Then we've got Ryan Steele and Brent McCoy who round out the top 10.
Gregory Hectus comes home in 11th. Brian McGreevy, Travis Walling, Brian Hallett, Christian Challoner, top 15, 9/10 of a second at the line. The difference. Brian Scrivener makes it in after being down a lap, maybe even down 2 laps at one point. That's a good recovery from the number 70. Julian Muki scrapes in 17th, as does Greg McKinney in 18th. But unfortunately for Nick Kuhn and Daniel Rindal, they were right there. And then it all came undone at the start of that last lap. Richard McClure finishes a couple laps down, and our 2 retirements.
Indeed. Well, Lane and Hutchison, they'll be unhappy with how things went for them, but it's a long season here in the Majors Series. They will undoubtedly continue to try and work towards something here. That's going to be the end of our coverage of the initial races here on SimSpeed TV. Our friends at BRTV broadcasting the second of the twins to set the outside row. But when we come back here, we are going to watch the Daytona 500. 200 laps of racing coming up here. We'll see you again very soon.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head to head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Hey, you know that guy who just before the green flag keys up his mic and asks, "Anybody got a setup?" Well, this is him. This is Adam, and hey, Adam needs some help. On the other hand, this guy over here, this is Steve. Steve is a solid racer and he knows his way around the garage. Steve's problem is time. With a job and a family, he can't find enough time to build competitive setups and to race as often as he likes. But as luck would have it, Steve knows a secret. He lets the Majors Garage crew chiefs do the setup work so he can focus on the racing. At majorsgarage.com, Steve can get setups for over 60 cars on the iRacing service. So no matter what series he wants to jump into, he is covered. Somebody, anybody, really should tell Adam. See you at the garage.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
This is fantastic. This is GT racing right now.
He's got traction, he's got rid of the outside of both of them! Maloney!
Oh, he's taking Anderson. Anderson's up top.
Oh my god! Oh! Big crash! Oh my goodness, half the field's gonna get rolled!
Second very close. These guys are want to make their way through the field very quickly. Oh, here we go. Oh no! That's massive. This is it. This is over. I can't believe this. Oh my god.
God, what?
Welcome back, one and all, to SimSpeed TV. A little bit of a break in between sessions, but we are now ready to go live for the Intimidator, round 2 of the Major Series, broadcasting the Pacific region here. We've already had those two 125-lap twin races to set the grid, and now we can get into it. Reese Gardner here with Ryan Jones in the commentary box and Jay Kennedy on production. Well, Ryan, what we learned from the race we broadcast to set the inside row for the grid is that Daytona gonna Daytona.
Yes, it is. It is going to be a pretty wild race. It always is at the Daytona 500. 2.5 mile racetrack that you take flat out with 30 cars hanging off your door, hanging off your bumpers. But hey, that's why we love it. So plenty to look forward to. We've had our appetizer. We know what to expect. Pretty clean racing, I think. But here in Florida, just off the iconic Daytona Beach, is the venue for today's race, Reese. This is a track at the very top of my bucket list.
Yeah, mine too. Obviously, it's got the Daytona 24 every year, and also the Daytona 500, of course. That white oval around the outside is the layout we're going to be using. In red, you see the various road configurations used for this track, including the chicane just before the tri-oval that's used for when the NASCAR Cup Series has its road course round here. Flat out the whole way around when you're on your own, but once you get into a pack of cars, it certainly becomes a challenge. keeping up the speed, obviously, but you have to lift off to avoid slamming into the back of cars in front of you. Once you get into a long endurance race like a 500 miler, it is definitely not about going flat out all the way.
No, it's not. And strategy is going to play an integral role in today's race. The way it plays out, fuel mileage, pitting. There is not a racetrack in the world apart from maybe Talladega where just getting into pit lane is so dangerous. It is going to be a very tricky and often underappreciated art form. Getting everyone on the pit road without chaos.
Yeah, indeed. Of course, every round of the major series supports a charity, and here for the Intimidator, we are supporting Rise Above the Disorder. Go to urrad.org to find out more about them. The largest community-driven mental health effort in the world. Started actually in World of Warcraft in 2012 when the founder of RAD set out on a quest to help just one person. What RAD do is they find therapists for people anywhere in the world, no matter their circumstances or their budget. So make sure that you check them out to find out more about them. Mental health, of course, is a very important issue. And RAD is definitely helping out with that. urrad.org. Well, let's see then how we go here in this 200-lap race. The time limit is 4 hours and 40 minutes. They've, of course, got unlimited tyre sets, 2 green, white, checkered attempts at the very end of the race if a caution comes out in the final few laps. And as you mentioned earlier, Ryan, 36 to 41 laps on fuel, dependent on the draft. So we are going to be seeing quite a few pit stops here.
Yeah, and there's a few very key things that you need to have in your mind in order to be successful at the keys to victory, if you will. And that is having luck on your side, because that is as big a factor in this race as any race anywhere in the world. You need to be in the right place at the right time, which sort of goes hand in hand with luck, and pit with other cars. You need to have someone to work with. You cannot pit by yourself because you'll lose the draft and have a very lonely race, end up a lap down, and then you're playing catch up. You need to be able to pit with a solid group of drivers, get on and off pit road cleanly, and then get back up to speed quickly in an organized sort of pack that you can draft single file. And it's often the group that pits first that comes out ahead because they are able to build up the momentum, and they charge at those late pitters with a head of steam as they come out of pit road.
That they do. And the super speedway racing definitely brings up the heart rate, as we saw from Daniel Stevens in our twin broadcast. Of course, car number 1 in here, Christian Challoner. He did manage to finish in the top 18 for the first of our sprints. The Mega Racing Team driver from the UK, one of the most successful drivers in the major series. In fact, on statistics alone, the most successful driver. So let's see what Challoner will be able to do in his Ford Fusion here. In practice at the moment behind Austin Armstrong in the 876 car. We've still got 10 minutes of practice to go. And after that, we'll be able to go through the grid and get set for these 200 laps.
Challoner's lucky to be in this race. He was on the cutoff for the last half a dozen laps of that race, and they crashed on his bumper as well. He's very lucky, but as you mentioned, he is going to be one of the favourites for this one.
Yeah, indeed he will be. It's these long races where Christian Challoner really comes to the fore. But of course, he's going to be up against drivers like Daniel Stevens in the number 3 machine, who finished off the lead in the sprint, but thanks to his performance in the qualifying races throughout the week leading up to this race, Daniel Stevens has secured pole position for the Pacific region. And the New Zealander has for sure been up the pointy end of the majors grid for the last couple of years now. But he's going to have a very big fight on his hands with plenty of cars in this grid. There's 36 drivers in the server at the moment as Stevens practices pit exit here. And we haven't actually talked about pit exit yet, Ryan, despite it happening a couple of times in the sprint. It's very challenging to get a car actually out onto the racetrack here at Daytona. Most of the pits, of course, will be happening under caution, but if you're doing a green flag pit stop, it's going to be hard to get back out there without unsettling your car.
Yeah. There's a little lip to the apron, so you've got the proper apron, which is really flat, and then there's some slight banking. You can actually see it below the yellow line. There's a seam, a black seam, that runs around the apron there, and that's a change in the banking. If you straddle that, it will unsettle the car. Generally, what you do is you'll come out of pit road and run all 4 tires up on the banking below the yellow line, and that'll keep you pretty settled. I still think pit entry is much more of an issue than pit exit. I've seen very few incidents pit exit, but I've seen almost every pit entry has had an incident.
Yeah, indeed. Especially in these cars, it's incredibly difficult to slow them down from racing speeds at any kind of track. But at a super speedway, you got the brake bias all the way forward, and you've obviously got a car set up so that it can take the corners properly. Positive camber on the left side wheels to just allow a bit more of a contact patch through the bank turns. So you slam on the brakes in one of these things on a flat surface, you're going to have issues.
Yeah, very small brake drums, not much in the way of stopping power. They've got good stopping capabilities. They go to road courses, they go to short tracks, they go to the intermediates. Well, you need to use the brake, but on these super speedways, they bring the super speedway package, and that package really considers brakes as an afterthought.
Yeah, I mean, brakes aren't really the most important thing when you're out on track. In fact, on a lap around here, you barely use the brakes at all, except potentially, you know, when you're in a pack and you're bump drafting, some drivers will just lift off to avoid running into the back of the car ahead of them, but some drivers also drag the brakes a little bit just to stall the speed of their car.
Yeah. Dragging the brake is the preferred method. It's trickier to do. It's much easier to just lift off the throttle. But if you can be really effective at dragging the brake, and doing that not only as the chasing car to maintain the gap, but as the lead car to pull that chasing car onto your bumper, that is what the really good super speedway drivers are able to do, as we see a crash as drivers tried to pit.
Yep.
Point in case. Thanks for that, fellas.
Indeed, Eric Smith and Austin Armstrong coming together there. And oh, that's another thing we're going to have to look out for there too in pit lane. When you get to the actual pit boxes and the working lane alongside, the cars will phase through each other. Collision is turned off, but if you're in the fast lane, then collision is turned back on. So you've got to be careful with that. And that's what happened between those two. Yeah, just trying to take avoiding action. The driver's in front of you pit, and if there's a car up alongside you, well, there's nowhere to go.
5 minutes until we get this race underway. 200 laps. Max time, 4 hours 40. I think last year was 3 hours 25. Race, if we had to put an over-under on cautions, I would say I'm betting there's going to be over 6 cautions. Would you go under that?
No. I think if I was a betting man, I would say at least 6, because I mean this is a good field here, and we have seen, at least from the drivers at the front in the duel, that they can race very cleanly despite a couple of wobbles here and there. But it's the drivers down more towards the rear of the field that I think we're going to have to keep an eye out on. We did still have, was it 2 cautions in the 50 laps of those duels? So, yeah, 50 times 6 is, 50 times 4, sorry, is 200. 4 times 2. That's 8 cautions if you extend that out.
Our director Jay has said he thinks there'll be 7. That just seems like it's gone off the number I said and gone 1 extra, really. It just seems lazy, Jay.
Okay,
form your own opinions.
I'll be lazy too and go 1 up from Jay. I'm calling 8 cautions.
And we've got a poll open in the YouTube chat as well. So we're going to really crunch this, and whoever guesses it right gets a little ego boost. That's our prize.
Indeed. That is the only prize that we can offer here on SimSpeed TV. 3.5 minutes left in the practice session, and if we're looking at lap times, of course, they're going to be completely irrelevant when we get into the racing action. But Austin Armstrong, thanks to Slipstream, drivers ahead, 45.5, quickest time so far. We've got Tom Abramatis in here as well in the number 20, running very closely with Brenton Foster, Christian Challoner, and Sebastian Jackson. A good third of the field and a little bit more have not set times in this practice session yet. Really, lap times will only come into effect if the field gets split up into 2 separate packs or more, and they're all trying to race together towards the front, Ryan, but very, very slim chance that will happen. You would need a very long green flag run for that.
Yeah, well, all these drivers are coming straight off the back of the duels, so they know what setup they've got. They know what their car's going to handle like. Unless they're making some last-minute changes, there's no reason to go out there and use up any mental energy in getting involved in the drafting. Time's going to tick down. 2 minutes remaining. I thought it said 2 seconds, so I got a bit ahead of myself there, unfortunately. But yeah, so that field window, 36 to 41 laps. Take that with a grain of salt, depending on how much you are able to save in the draft. The lead car is always going to use the most fuel because they're punching the hole in the air, and so you'll often see drivers who look comfortable out the front of the field just drop back, and that's because they need to save fuel, because if they run out 3 laps before anyone else, have to pit by themselves, they end up in that hole I mentioned earlier. If you're right at the very back of the field, or sort of towards the back, but still with cars behind you, you can lift off substantially and save close to half a dozen laps extra compared to the leader. It's huge. And as we get closer to the end of the race, it's going to play a big factor. If you've got enough saved that you can just come in and take half a tank of fuel instead of a full tank of fuel, and there's cars that can do that with you, so you have drafting partners, it can win you the race if we go green.
Yeah, and good point you raised there about drafting partners. Working together is the main deal here for the majority of this race. It's not going to be out and out sprints with people diving up and under people all the time. It's going to be a slow burner, a race like this. You're going to have drivers sitting in a line and making sure that they can keep themselves in contention for those final sprints, and of course the possibility of one of those 2 green-white checkers.
In theory, Reese.
In theory, yes.
We can dream.
Yes.
But that spare car that everyone has available to them often makes drivers just go a little bit crazy early on in a race. If we were to map out the intensity of a race of the Daytona 500, it's going to start pretty close to peak levels, and then it's going to fall away through the middle, and then it's going to end off the charts in terms of intensity. So it's the start of the race that's going to set the tone. If they can get through the first 10-15 laps without incident, I think we're going to have a really good race. But if we get an early caution, it's just going to change people's mindsets, get them a little bit agitated, worried about having a really punctuated race, and we might go down a rabbit hole. But hopefully, it's a clean start. And with the experience at the front of this field, I think we might get that race. Here's the starting grid for the Intimidator.
Indeed. Daniel Stevens and Liam Quinn on the front row. Cody Richardson and David Hall will line up side by side on row 2. Andrew Kotska and Miles Crabb starting on row 3. Justin Morton and Hamilton Akabuizi start in 7th and 8th, with Nathan Dowd and Jerry Isaacs rounding out the top 10. Alan Wilson in 11th, with Tom Abramadis lining up in 12th and the number 20.
Coming off row number 7, Shane Vickery and Austin Armstrong. Vickery pulled off some great saves a couple times in the duel that we covered here on Some Speed TV. Ken Lewin and Brenton Foster off row 8, and Ryan Steele, Paul Slavenik picking up positions 17 and 18 on the grid.
Starting out of 19th, Brent McCoy with Joey Haynes alongside him. Gregory Hectus and Chris Yatito start off row 11. Brian McGreevy and Eric Smith start 23rd and 24th.
Travis Walling and Christopher Bammer, Brian Halleck, Lawrence Shaughnessy, Christian Challoner, and Brian Barnes. I'm going to call him Brian all night.
Brian.
Brian. We'll go from the top 30.
Yeah, Brian Scrivener, who ended up finishing very well in the duel, starts alongside Sebastian Jackson. Then we got Julian Mookie, Ray Partridge, Craig McInney, Stephen Hassett rounding out our field. 36 cars here to take the start of the Daytona 500 in the Intimidator, round 2 of the Majors Series. This is a Pacific region you're watching. Later on this weekend, our friends at Global Sim Racing Channel will be broadcasting the Atlantic region, and you'll be able to see a whole new set of drivers try their hand at winning one of the greatest races in America. So Daniel Stevens on the pole there for Middle Finger Racing. He's prepared well for this round. Performed fantastically in the qualifying races throughout the week. And he will be the one to lead them away. But Liam Quinn there on the outside in that dazzling green and black machine will certainly be wanting to give him a big race. Here we are then. Pace car comes in. The green flag flies. And we are away for the Daytona 500. Good getaway from Stevens on the initial throttle application. But it looks like the high line starting to gain some momentum here. Just into turn 1, Liam Quinn is going to be half a car length ahead of Daniel Stevens, but with the tight inside line, the guys at the bottom will start to come back at them. And now comes the ebb and flow, Ryan, here in the first few laps of the race. Low line in the corners, high line on the straights.
But you know what I love? The sound of 36 cars roaring by the camera. It is glorious.
That's an aggressive move there by David Hall, moving down to the bottom line there. He was behind Quinn up on the high line, but now he's decided to slot himself in front of Stevens. He leads coming out of turn 4.
Seen a couple team cars already towards the front of the field that'll be looking to work together, although I think we just saw the 10 car leave his teammate out to dry up top. So David Hall leads and is about the only car in the entire field that doesn't have a car next to him. Daniel Stevens now joins him in that elusive club. And immediately, that outside line starts to come back. They've checked up on the inside. This is a big run up top. Liam Quinn going to go to the front of the field.
Yeah, well, that's unfortunate there for the guys on the bottom line. Currently, it looks like a case of Mad Sim Racing versus TNT, and it's the TNT cars that lead the way, but then another of the Mad Sim Racing cars drops down to the front. That's Miles Crabb, who's jumped in front of David Hall there. So now it's TNT on the high line, and then Mad and Mad on the bottom line for the top 4. What a race this is. Dan Stevens, the only middle finger racing car in the field at the moment, but still keeping them honest there. Currently sitting in 6th place alongside Jerry Isaacs.
Happy to sit on the top. For now, they're both clear. Those two cars of Akabazi and Liam Quinn. And they're going to drag Jerry Isaacs clear of the inside as well.
Yeah, now, will Isaacs follow what his teammates have done and move down to the bottom line? Doesn't look like it. It seems that the high line really has a huge amount of momentum at the moment, which is fantastic to see. Tom Abramadis and Austin Armstrong are just sticking in behind him at the moment. I saw a slight wiggle from Armstrong in the bright pink Superflow Ford Fusion. He's got to be careful. He's also got Brenton Foster right behind him.
Now, I said in the very first, the duel that we covered, that in real life, the top line can often win out, and you'll see the whole field migrate to the top. But in sim racing, it never really comes to fruition. We're seeing 3 or 4 cars get clear up top, and I think that's about as far as it'll go. And that inside will fight back pretty soon. It's just too tempting for a driver on the sim to just go down low when everyone's running up high. And as soon as one driver does it, everyone else seems to join. So we just don't have that patient mentality in sim racing to make that top the preferred groove for a single car run, a single file run.
Yeah, we'll have a look at that. You see in the background of shot here, riding on board with McAnini, the low line has come back there through turns 3 and 4. There's a little bit more of a run happening now for the Mad Sim Racing cars here at the front of the field, and they're dragging Daniel Stevens along with them. There's 5 Mad Sim Racing cars here in the top 10. You have to look back a bit further to find their next team car. Those 2 TNT guys up at the front, they've got a couple of teammates in this field as well, but they are back some way at the moment. Not going to be getting any help here from Joey Haynes and Shane Vickery for the time being. As we ride on board with Mr. Scrivener, he is right back in this field. He is right in the thick of it at the moment.
With the world's greatest green screen.
Absolutely. Very well done there. I think we need some more creative green screen backgrounds on drivers' Zoom feeds. That'd be awesome. I mean, don't get me wrong. I love Zoom feeds like this one, showing Daniel Stevens' perspective with his triple monitors and all of his button boxes and lights and doodads and heart rate monitor as well. But I think to balance that out, maybe a couple of green screens. I want to see someone with a Windows XP desktop background.
I want to see a driver's eye, just like they're bringing into the real world now, the visor cam. I want to see sim racing's equivalent. Someone stick a GoPro on their forehead.
Yes, that would be amazing. I once tried something like that when where I wore a cap and I fixed my webcam to the brim of the cap. That wasn't for a Zoom thing. It was years before Zoom became a thing. But
was it just a
something
fashion
like
choice?
that. Yeah, just a fashion choice. I made a silly little video with it. It was a fun experience. I was still in high school.
Yeah, rumor has it you're quite good at the silly little videos.
Yes.
Mr. Southpaw Racer.
Not that I have much to show for it in recent months, but more is coming. More is coming. Life has been life.
On the racetrack.
Yes.
Well, there's a reason we're not talking about what's going on the racetrack right now, because, yeah, they're side by side, but it is all calm. Everyone is driving very calm right now, touch wood. And although they're running side by side, there is no sense of urgency, because this is lap 9 of 200. And remember what I said, if we can get through the first 10 to 15 without incident, it's going to set the tone for the rest of the night. And Major's Garage put a question in chat in the YouTube. How long's the longest green flag run going to be? My guess for that one's about 75, which is just short of 2 fuel runs. I've chosen that for a reason, Reese. I think we survive an initial green flag pit stop, but I think if we get towards a second green flag stop, lightning doesn't ever strike twice.
Very, very rarely. But yeah, I think that's a good prediction to make. You know, if this isn't a caution fest of a race, then yeah, 75 lap green flag run sounds like a pretty good estimation. But we shall see. Racing is inherently chaotic, and so plenty to consider. That's another good run from the high line down the back stretch. The top 3 are clear of the low line, and a little bit of momentum lost for Liam Quinn in the lead. He got a bump from his teammate. Hamilton, Akabuizi. The Evolved SimSports Pacific cars.
I preferred TNT, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I ended up accidentally calling them by one of their sponsor names.
I mean, I'm sure they'd be ecstatic with that.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
That's just great coverage. Just lending a helping hand.
Ticking off a few boxes.
Oh, that was a little touch and go there from Hamilton. Just got into the right rear of Liam Quinn's bumper coming out of turn number 2, and you can generally push on the right rear with pretty much with good comfort. But coming off the exit of the corner is probably the one place you don't want to do it, because that's where the car can get unsettled a little bit as the track flattens out.
Yep, any change in elevation and camber at these speeds has a chance to really unsettle the car. An almost certain chance, unless you exhibit magnificent car control and can anticipate stuff like that. Those 2 Evolved SimSport cars, they're doing quite a good job here, staying, you know, enough ahead of the Mad Sim Racing cars that they don't have to worry too much at this stage. But coming up to start lap 13, let's see if anyone has fatigue and lack of focus already set in and potentially cause a major incident. Across the line they came, and it was Liam Quinn leading at the line by just under a 1/10 of a second from his teammate Akabuizi.
Big shot there from Hamilton. They've just got themselves clear of that 3rd car on the top lane. You don't want to be doing that late in the race, but right now, a similar scenario was playing out on the bottom with Dan Stevens sitting 3rd in line there, so it doesn't affect them too much. You can see now from this blimp shot the gaps that everyone's leaving to the car in front, with the exception of the very front 2. One of the big rules of thumb in Super Speedway racing is don't push the pusher unless it's the last 5 laps, and then anything goes.
Yeah, that's when the gloves come off. But in circumstances like this, when you're still getting into the general rhythm of this race, if you see someone bump drafting ahead of you, you don't want to give them a push as well, because that can massively unsettle them, which unsettles the car in front, which then just snowballs into a big wreck.
Looking at how many cars are in this lead draft, 36 started this race, and it looks like the top 28 are hanging on to the lead draft. I think Ray Partridge has just had an issue. I just clicked onto him. He was 28th, and now he's suddenly 36.
Yeah, something's obviously gone quite wrong for him. Yeah, actually, he was right in the midst of you know, the rear end of that pack, and it looks like he switched up to the high line coming into turns 3 and 4 and got loose, and ended up giving Julian Mookie a tap.
He actually, yeah, that was significant contact in the end. He's very lucky to have gotten away with that. Composite bodies now on these next-gen cars. I don't know at what point we stop calling them next-gen and just current gen. So you can get away with hits into the wall. That was the replay. You can get away with a bit more contact than he normally can. But even so, he's going to have a bit of an error deficit for the next little while. The right front fender has been crushed in a bit. The dilemma he has is, does he take the spare car at the very next stop if it's affecting him? Or does he just wait until the end? Because if you get involved in another incident and you're using your spare car, well, it's day done.
Yeah, exactly. You only get one spare car in many rounds of the Majors Series, and if you end up using it early on, obviously that precludes you the chance of coming back later on if you have another huge incident. So a lot of drivers will be driving cautiously at the moment to try and preserve that spare car for later in the race if and when they need it. Well, we've gone beyond lap 15 and we're still green, Ryan. Nope, there we go. That was a big commentator's curse. That was the biggest one I've ever committed. Goodness me.
Man, Reese, come on.
Just as I was saying it.
That is shocking.
Oh, God, I'm so sorry to all drivers involved. That was quite the incident indeed. Looks like Brian McGreevy was turned around there, and it was a similar thing that happened to Ray Partridge. This time it was Christopher Bammer who got loose coming off the top of turn 2, hit McGreevy, and spun him around in front of 3 other cars, including Lawrence Shaughnessy and Christian Challoner. Very crucially, here's the replay. I can't believe that commentator's curse. The timing was simply perfect, but obviously commiserations to all of the drivers involved in that one. Fortunately, not a massive wreck. Majority of the field still continuing, and Liam Quinn still leads. Crucially though, Miles Crabb was in second at the time the caution came out, so he now splits the Evolve SimSports cars.
Yes, but he won't when they restart because they'll both be on the inside.
They will. And will translate into a front row start for the number 31. And,
barring a really quick caution, I think we'll get our long green flag run in next. Everyone was very calm, and I think the nerves are out. We should be on for a good run here. As we see the whole field come to pit road.
Indeed. Who gets the quickest pit stop time? Oh, Liam Quinn overshot his pit box there. That's going to cost him.
Easy to do. The actual pit stalls are concrete, so there's even less grip as you try to pull the car up than there was when you came off the racing surface proper. Couple that with the minimal brakes actually available to them, and recipe for disaster as we see that one car missed their pit box entirely and will have to come back in next lap and then start from the rear.
Well, out of the drivers that did end up stopping in their stall, David Hall is the one who leads the race out of pit road there. Car number 10, Jerry Isaacs comes out in corrected second place. Daniel Stevens still remains in the corrected top 3. Now, Brent McCoy, we saw, was the driver that missed his pit box. He's currently out in front by some margin here. We get a replay of what happened to him. So down into pit road they come, and that yellow cone denotes the start of the pit lane speed limit. No electronic speed limiter on these cars. You have to control the speed yourself. That's interesting there from Brent McCoy. Maybe he
Turned in too late.
Yeah, it's difficult to tell where exactly your pit box is when there's a bunch of cars in the pit lane. I mean, nowadays in iRacing, you do have spotter calls telling you how close it is to your pit box, but I think in the heat of the moment, he just wasn't able to react in time, so he'll fall to the back of the field. Will Brent McCoy, qualified 19th, or set his grid position, sorry, as 19th. So he's got quite a bit of work to do here in this next green flag run, but crucially for Mad Sim Racing, they run 1 and 2 at the front of the field as we are lights out on the pace car, Ryan. Dan Stevens is still up there. This time, the Evolve Sim Sport cars are behind this pack.
Yes, sorry. I was just checking the results of real-life NASCAR qualifying at the Clash. Season gets underway this weekend.
Mm-hmm.
Very exciting stuff for this rare Australian NASCAR fanatic. So, back to sim racing, though. We're going to see the team cars line up on the front row. So, in the top 5, the only car that's not from Mad Sim Racing is Dan Stevens. Would that be correct?
In the top 5, yes. Austin Armstrong starting 6th. There's only 2 cars, Armstrong and Stevens, in the top 7 who are not of the Mad Sim Racing squad. Well, pace car will jump in.
Let's crank it up, I reckon, here. I know our Director Jay loves a good old crank it up. Because NASCAR, some of the best sounding race cars in the world, Reese.
Let's go. Turn up your volume. Let's hear some NASCAR V8s at Daytona. So interesting happenings there on the last lap. The Mad Sim Racing cars working their way around Daniel Stevens. They now lead the high line as well. The top 5, all Mad Sim Racing cars, Ryan. That was some interesting strategic maneuvers there.
Yeah, they tried to just leapfrog Stevens and get back down in front of him to make it a 5-car train on the low line. But Stevens just side drafted them, didn't let it happen. They got a bit out of shape on that high side, trying to push hard. Now what they're going to do is they're going to... The lead car on the bottom, the 51 of Isaac's, is just going to balk this low line ever so slightly and allow the 2 Mad Sim Racing cars up top to drive right around them and drop down low. They're clear now. They'll come down, and it's 5 cars leading the low line. They'll hook up pretty quickly here, and I reckon we'll get 5 cars single file out front. I don't think this top line will be able to compete with the organisation of the Mad Sim Racing lads at this stage. There you go.
Yeah, and that's exactly what they wanted right there. 5-car train at the front of the field, and I have to say the Evolve Sim Sports cars now leading the way, and it looks like, oh dear, that's a problem there for Austin Armstrong, dropping back a bit. He's up high. The number 42 as well of Chris Tito. They've been forced to go 3 wide. Is he in the wall? Looks like he has gotten into the wall as Austin Armstrong. He's fallen all the way to the back of the field.
Was 6th last time by the stripe. This time he is 34th. That's how quickly it can change at Daytona.
Still early days. Armstrong can fight back from this. But Chris Tito currently side by side with Gregory Hectus. This is the battle for 15th place on the road at the moment, and bit of an ebb and flow there, and I'm just seeing a massive run from Christian Challoner as well. Look at him go up on the high line. There was a bit of a checkup down low. Challoner's taken advantage of that, gained a few positions out of it.
When we were looking at Armstrong, Sebastian Jackson actually went for a spin. A little bit of contact as they tried to get by Armstrong, got loose and spun down onto pit road on lap 24. He'll get a speeding penalty for entering pit road at 130 kilometers an hour. So it's a double dose of bad luck there for Jackson. It also cost Ray Partridge the slipstream, the pack, the drafts, as he had to jump on the brakes and lost the toe. There's the replay.
Oh, wow, yeah, and right into the pits there. He tried to go for the grass there to avoid getting the penalty, but he'd already committed to pit lane by that point. Or at least that was how his trajectory was. So this 5-car mad sim racing train at the front of the field is controlling events at the moment. Hamilton Aberquezy and Liam Quinn in the Evolve cars falling back a bit on the high line. Is there going to be a push from them? There's less and less cars on the high line now, lap by lap. It's going to have to be a big coordinated effort from these guys to overcome the blue and black cars up ahead.
Yeah, I think the story of this race playing out is going to be separating the mad sim racing cars. It's going to need to be a good effort from anyone to overcome them. But if you can just inject yourself into their train, you'll set yourself up for a very good race. But yeah, ideally, you want to be splitting those cars up, forcing them into different lanes so that they can't work together. Working with your own teammates is important, but preventing others from working with their teammates is just as important.
That it is, especially when you have as big a crew as Mad Sim Racing does. 5 cars up at the front of the field. Looks like they have a 6th car a bit further back in the form of Ken Leung. No, actually, maybe? Yes, Ken Leung is part of that squad. Just double checking his livery there. But Leung down in 18th at the moment. He's got some work to do if he wants to join his teammates up at the front. And if you want to do that, I'm not saying that he necessarily would at this stage. What would you even do? Would you try and hitch a ride in the high line or try and stick it out down low?
No, I think if you're Leung right now, you're probably pretty comfortable. There's no reason to try to get to the front because we're on lap 29. The field's looking pretty calm, and he is off throttle a lot, so he is saving quite a lot of fuel, and that's going to help him out later on. That's the other bonus to having your 5 team cars up the front. So right now, Andrew Koska is using a lot of gas to lead this entire pack of cars around. But when he needs, when that sim racing team can just shuffle their order a little bit and put someone else to the front and let Koska save some fuel.
That's the big idea. For a minute, I thought Daniel Stevens was dropping off the back of the Mad Sim Racing train, but he's right back in it now. And what's going on there up the front? That was a little tiny look to the outside there from Cody Richardson. Falls back in line though, as there's another push developing here from the high line.
Yeah,
Quinn starting to gain.
Quinn and Akabese got a good run going, and if Dan Stevens could have jumped up in front of them and gone with them, would have been a good opportunity to move himself up a few spots. And that's the sort of thing we'll probably see from him later on in the race. But right now, probably the best option just to sit and ride. He's in one of the best spots in the field. 5 team cars in front who aren't going to crash. And if he can get single file as they check up off the back of Stevens' bumper. We're on board there with Justin Morton as that all unfolded. He had to react as they just slowed up in front. On to lap 31. We started this green flag run at 10 laps ago. So looking at being about a quarter of the way through our fuel window here.
And don't forget, a lot of drivers will have decided to top the tanks up a little bit when they came into the pits, so fuel window will probably be extended even more now. Morton keeping it nice and smooth there behind the number 11 of Brenton Foster. And there's been multiple efforts by the Evolve cars to try and push towards the front. Looks like they're getting another one of those on now again as they come out of turn 4 and across the line. But the moment they get to those really long bank turns, they will lose some of that momentum, having to take a slightly longer line around this circuit.
Yeah, so the aspect of this that you don't see is how the air is pushing these cars around. Obviously, you've got the slipstream, which we talk about a lot, where, you know, being up behind a car allows you to go faster, use less fuel, push yourselves forward, all that. But the way the air bounces off the cars left and right of you, and even how it comes off the car in front, is going to push your car around as well. And so, as we get closer towards the end of this race, and cars start to run a little bit harder, get a bit closer to each other, you've got to really keep your wits about you, because you might be holding your wheel straight, but your car is not necessarily going to be going straight.
Oh, speaking of not going straight, there's the car on the wall. Looks like that's Shane Vickery. No, Greg McAnini. My apologies. Who's fallen to the back of the pack now. Lost all of that momentum. He is off the draft train now. He will still be getting a little bit of slipstream from the cars ahead. You got to be within about 1.5 seconds of the car in front in order to get those draft effects. But yeah, it looks like he's lost it.
He got loose coming out of turn 2. Did really well to save it, not take anyone out. Slapped the fence, hit it really square though, and I reckon he's got away without any damage. He has lost that lead draft, but there is a pack behind him, led by Brian Halleck and Brian. And there's also Brian Skivener in this pack. About 6 cars strong that he'll be able to latch onto. So we see the replay there. And good driving from the Evolve cars to just get around him as well.
Pretty good save as well. You saw how much lock he was putting on that thing, and it wasn't a particularly heavy contact with the wall in the end.
Is this an intentional team up? So in this second group, huge checkup as they picked up McGeaney. We've got Brian McGreevy, we've got Brian Scrivener, we've got Brian Barnes, and now Brian Halleck. All in the space of 4 cars on the racetrack.
I guess now it's up to these guys in this pack to work together, try and draft up to the lead pack, but there's plenty more slipstream effects going on up ahead. One thing that we haven't considered yet as well is wind direction as well. Winds are currently trending between east and southeasterly at 20 k's an hour. That will result in a crosswind to a headwind coming out of the tri-oval, and crosswind to tailwind coming down the back stretch.
I'll let you in a little secret. I've never once paid attention to the wind direction when racing.
Yeah. It's not something that you usually consider, but it can have some effects, particularly if it's very high.
Look at Dan Stevens.
Yeah.
He did jump up in front of those Evolve cars eventually, and they've rocked up to the front with a head of steam.
Look at that.
Looking to disrupt the Mad Sim Racing party.
Look at the heart rate for Daniel Stevens. It's climbing up over 130. He knows that he's having a run at the lead here.
So it's Stevens, the 2 Evolve cars of Liam Quinn and Akabrazy, and then Wilson pushing them as well, and a couple more cars joining them. Paul Slavinik and Chris Shatito. A good line forming up top, but they've just fallen back a little bit. They'll surge back.
Trying to get some side draft off Brenton Foster there as Daniel Stevens, but see how little momentum he has down the front stretch. They're going to have to wait a lap or two, I think, to really have a proper run at the lead again, but you saw how close they were getting, and they've got some lap traffic to contend with as well. Sebastian Jackson, who's going to fall another lap down here. Top line is going to have to go middle of the road to make their way past him, but it seems that Jackson is fine with letting them go here down the back stretch. He shouldn't be too much of a disruption there.
Yeah, and that top line just got really separated as well, as the Evolve cars became a little bit disjointed. Ah, that'll be why Liam Quinn found the fence.
Oh, yeah, a little bit of a rub there.
Ooh.
Could have been worse.
Dan Stevens just got a really awkward shove as well then from Abaquazi coming in towards turn 1.
Things are starting to get a little bit leery here at Daytona.
Bit early for this, lads.
Hmm.
Well, they're not doing anything out of the ordinary at the moment, to be honest. They're just sitting comfortably. The only tension is really coming from the eagerness of the Evolve cars to get to the front. They want to be at the front, and they're working really hard to get that top lane moving. Everyone else seems pretty happy to ride. There's not been really anyone that's charged up from the back of the field to the front. There's normally 1 or 2 that do it early on, but everyone that started towards the back is still towards the back. Eric Smith's gained 9 spots, and so has Brenton Foster, but that's about the most.
Yeah,
And the yellow flag.
Okay, that's a big spin there. Quite a few cars, and oh dear. Looks like, unfortunately,
it came from the second pack, and odds on it probably started from someone called Brian if it came from that second pack.
And Jay says you are correct. Brian Halleck. Brian Halleck getting a little loose off turn 2 and potentially in the wall as well, and that just created a little bit of carnage there in the rear pack. Halleck slammed the wall, which then ricocheted Christopher Bammer down into Brian McGreevy, and it all devolved from there. So second caution of the race here on lap 42.
3 of the 4 cars that spun were called Brian, and then there was Christopher. Not a great day for Brian's out there.
No.
Spare car available to them all, though. And Austin Armstrong went for a ride.
Yeah,
he was hanging off the back of this group, then saw the smoke, and in the end just took a hard left onto the grass. I don't think it was necessary in the end, but he was out of control. As the field comes down to pit road, in the end that run was about 20 laps long.
Okay, well, we're seeing that well, both green flag runs so far have run around about 17 to 20 laps. News from pit lane, Andrew Kotska overshot his pit box, so he's going to lose out a little bit. But winning the race out of pit road is Cody Richardson. It's 1, 2, 3, 4 for Mad Sim Racing at the moment, and David Hall has unfortunately fallen back out of that pack as well. Daniel Stevens in 5th place at the moment. Alan Wilson 6th.
Very easy to speed on pit road. Of course, NASCAR stock cars, no speed limiters. So you've got to manually manage your speed, which here at Daytona on pit road is 97 kilometers an hour, or some arbitrary number that doesn't make sense if you're from America.
58, 59 miles an hour as we check out the pit stop times. You see that Hall was in there for 15 seconds, but the entirety of the top 6 in around about the 11-second bracket. So that's enough for a fuel top-up and set of tyres as well if they so desire. Remember, unlimited tyre sets here. And yeah, interesting point you make, Ryan, about the manual pit speed limit. One thing that sort of blew my mind when I first started racing oval cars on iRacing is that at the top levels, these cars actually have a light system in the cockpit that in second gear, when the rev counter lights up green, that basically means you are at the pit speed limit, and you just got to keep those lights green all the way down pit lane.
I live dangerously, and I use the red light. No, there's time in it.
There is.
If you want to really be at the front of the pit road race every time, you've got to push the envelope, and you can head down pit road at a kilometer or so over the limit most times without getting any sort of penalty, and you'll see most of the drivers towards the front pushing that envelope. Maybe early on at the stage you won't. But especially when we have green flag pit stops, it makes a big difference. It's probably not as big of a talking point on a super speedway because you want to be in a pack anyway. But on the 1.5 mile short tracks, it can equate to a couple tenths of a second, which is the difference between dirty air and clean air, which is obviously a huge talking point when it comes to the art of oval racing. Lights out on the pace car. We'll go back racing on to lap 45 of 200. It's taken us 42 minutes to get close to a quarter race distance.
We're also hearing that Ray Partridge has gotten a penalty of some kind, but we will leave that in the back of our minds for now. 1, 2, 3, 4 for Mad Sim Racing as the green flag flies.
I don't know what Partridge's was for. His pit stop looks really clean. No speeding issues. So, yeah, not sure on that one. Now, the Mad Sim Racing cars. 2 on the top, 2 on the bottom. How will they sort this out? If I'm any of those cars behind, Wilson, 3rd on the outside, Stevens, 3rd on the inside, I'm not giving these drivers any chance to form up. But what's happening is those 2 on the outside are trying to surge ahead of the ones down low. That's exactly how it played out in the first, in that last stint.
Yeah, it looks like they, the guys up the top working together well. Alan Wilson dropping off the back of them a little bit, but he'll get a chance to slide back up on the rear end as they come down the straight here. Jerry Isaacs, the one that he's chasing, as we're on board now with Liam Quinn. Some distance away from his teammate at Evolve Sim Sports now. Aberqueasy lost out on pit lane and is now down in 14th spot. So Quinn, for the time being, is on his own.
Almost able to get clear there. The 047 of Koska was able to get clear, but he didn't want to leave his teammate, Jerry Isaacs, all alone up on the high side. They will clear this time. Well, they would have cleared him. That wasn't in the script. Miles Crabb gave a big shot to the back of Cody Richardson, and that pushed them both alongside their teammates again before Koska and Isaacs would get down to the bottom. Maybe they're happy to control both lines. If you're controlling both lanes, you can't be overtaken.
Yeah, unless someone decides to be very brave or very silly and make it 3 wide. And there we go. Yeah, there we go. They move down to the bottom. Dukotska and Isaacs. So now the high line is under the control of Alan Wilson. We'll see what they can do to try and get a run here. We're hearing that Dan Stevens has started waving his arms around a little bit on the Zoom feed. Not seeing it at the moment, but evidently not happy with a couple of things that are going on around here.
Probably just allowing those 14 cars to link up again.
Yeah, potentially. And crucially for the Mad Sim Racing crew, they've got 2 more team cars just behind Stevens now. David Hall, of course, not having the best run out of pits, and Ken Leung as well, right there with him. Leung has gradually worked his way up here. So there's potential here for a 6-car Mad Sim Racing train up at the front of this field, but that, I think, is a bit of a pipe dream at the moment, considering how close and how tight the battling is all throughout this lead pack. Meanwhile, Justin Morton, he's 3rd in line up top. And I'm seeing that they're trying to get some side draft off the cars on the low line. Alan Wilson cut quite low.
Stevens just drifted up off the bottom, coming out of turn 2. Did well to contain the understeer, but almost into the side of the cars above him. As the run goes on, tyres wear out. That'll become more and more of a factor. Little wiggle from the 51 as well. We haven't seen anyone, I don't think all night, in either this or the duel that we covered, Reese, make the top work apart from concerted team efforts, Evolve or Mad Sim Racing.
Yeah, there's definitely a huge advantage to having teammates with you in Discord and or TeamSpeak, whatever your voice application of choice is. And racing on your own, it's all about body language, I think, when you're trying to communicate with other cars. I mean, those 2 up the front of the high line, Alan Wilson will be hoping that Liam Quinn understands the deal here, and Liam Quinn, in turn, will be hoping that Mr. Wilson is not too erratic there in his choice of line through the corners.
Yeah, the reason this works so well for the team cars is exactly that, Reese. It's all about trust and confidence. And it looks like Quinn is starting to build that now with Wilson. He's getting right up on his bumper, giving him some good pushes. And Quinn looking like a very good pusher at the moment. He's working with Wilson nicely. It just needs Morton to work with him a little bit more in that 3rd car. Oh, pushing through the corner as well. Quinn is looking a little bit confident as the tailing car. And if I'm Wilson, I'm not a teammate of Quinn, but I want to work with him later in the race.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, Well, that was a big shove there on the way into turn 1. And yeah, once again, you see he's pushing through the turns as well, just getting ever so close to the rear bumper of his fellow Ford Fusion.
But he's doing it right. You can push through the corners. You can do that as long as you do it. As long as you offset the front bumper of your car to their rear bumper.
A bumper of a bumper, what would that look like?
I don't know. As long as you offset towards the right rear of their car, because you don't want to get into their left rear and hook them sideways. If you're pushing their right rear, you're going to induce some oversteer into their car out front, but that's controllable. What isn't controllable is getting absolutely pit maneuvered into your left rear. As we navigate past Partridge, who's now fallen a lap down after serving his drive-through. So this is some great stuff from Quinn. He's looking like one of the best at the moment at pushing. Him and Jerry Isaacs, who's second in line on the bottom.
Yeah, they're the ones who are really controlling this race at the moment. Quinn's just got to get a little bit closer to Wilson if he wants another run, but you can see that they are gradually just inching their way forward, aren't they? They are side by side with third down low.
What's happening there is... Sorry, Rhys.
Go, I was just going to say the progress is slow, but it is happening.
Yeah, well, Quinn's having to manage his engine temperatures as well. Part of that can be managed by that offset. If you're pushing their right rear instead of dead center, you're actually exposing some of your cooling ducts to the clean air. But I think the only missing key now for this outside line is the third car. Morton doesn't look prepared to get anywhere near the rear bumper of Liam Quinn right now. And he doesn't want to push him, because you don't want to push the pusher, but you can certainly get closer than what he is now. And that's the reason we're not seeing this outside line go anywhere. But Stevens has just checked up a little bit there. And there's a bit of a transition happening.
Yeah, okay. That's interesting there from Stevens. Don't know if he got a little loose. Yeah, it looks like he just touched the yellow line coming off of turn 2, and that made him drift up a little bit, but he hasn't lost a huge amount here. Oh, Wilson, meanwhile, going down to the bottom line in the midst of all of that.
I would have checked the run there if I was Wilson. Just checked it. And then as Stevens got to the bumper, dart out to the outside and hope Stevens goes with you, because if he does, you're both going to have a huge run. You're going to pull the outside line with you, and you're probably going to clear them in a couple laps' time.
A lesson to be learned for the future. Now that Justin Morton is the second car in line up top, he's now right on the back of Liam Quinn. You can see that there. He was holding back a little bit just before Ryan, as you pointed out, but now he has assumed the role of pusher. He's trying his best to get closer, but he's just maybe just a tiny bit too far back to have a meaningful effect right now. Down the straights, he's going to have to touch him a couple of times.
I think Wilson's just being mindful of his fuel now as well. He's been leading that line for quite some time. Needs to get some fuel saved up in case we do go for a full fuel run here. But yeah, Morton certainly looks a lot more comfortable up on the bumper when he's confident that that car in front doesn't have anything blocking his way. I think just a bit tentative to push that second car in line. And they're getting about even with the 164 of Richardson, and that's where they seem to keep stalling out. But they're looking a little bit more organised with Morton as the second car and the 20 as the third car. They're just looking a little bit tighter. And Christian Challoner is in this group too. He's 5 cars back.
There is Challoner. Giving a couple of bumps to the 37 of Ken Leung. One thing that also comes into effect here in sim racing is internet speed and latency as well. The server farm that is being used for this race is the US West one. That's located in California, I believe. And we've got drivers from all over the United States and also from the UK and Ireland, Canada, and Oceania racing here as well. Liam
And yet
Quinn,
every car looks silky smooth.
yeah. I mean, everyone is maintaining a really good connection right now, and the server speeds are looking fantastic. So it's awesome to see that they can run as close as they are. But that might be playing into Justin Morton's tentativeness at the moment. Liam Quinn is from the UK and Ireland club. Morton is Midwest USA. So there's quite some distance between them. Quinn's data has a bit longer to go before it pings off the server and comes back to everyone else. So there's a little bit of latency involved in there, and Morton doesn't want to chance that kind of sort of, you know, minimal, very minimal kind of delay that might cause some contact.
There's a good predictive system in place with iRacing that tries to minimize that latency, allows us to go super speedway racing with drivers from all over the world. Julian Mookie is now leading the second group. So the leaders encompass a 21 car pack, and then 22nd is Julian Mookie, and he's got Travis Walling, Paul Slavenik, and everyone else on back behind him, and they're not particularly well organised either. They're going to keep falling back here.
Yeah, they're going to have to find some way to communicate their desires here. So there's also the battle for the lucky dog going on. First two cars a lap down here, and oh, okay, something's happened up the front here. Daniel Stevens shaking his head. He's fallen back to 10th spot. Things are starting to unravel for the number 3, it seems.
Look, Daniel Stevens is an animated driver, let's be honest.
Yeah.
So a shake of the head could mean that he just got a bomb draft. Here's the replay.
Yeah, let's see what happened here. Bump from the 10, and oh. Yeah, that was a little bit of instability there.
Ah, he'll manage. He'll be fine.
Yeah,
you get at
you know
least
better than most, Ryan.
You get at least 3 or 4 of those every race at Daytona.
Yeah, of course you do.
But they are uncomfortable. I will give him that. Very uncomfortable. Liam Quinn continuing to lead at the outside. They just got a little bit out of shape as well, as Justin Morton pushed him right as Morton got a push from Abramitis in third. I've butchered that. I know I've butchered that. So, might call him the 20 car from now on, or just Tom.
Yeah,
How's Brian going? Where's Brian? Was that Brian Barnes? Yeah, there he is. Brian. He's 30th. He's part of that second group.
Poor Jay. Wouldn't be a SimSpeed broadcast with this particular team without Ryan roasting Jay at every single opportunity. Yes, Brian Barnes is down in 30th at the moment. He's racing with his fellow Brian, Mr. Halleck, at the back of that second pack. But I just saw Stevens was losing a bit of momentum there. Looks like the Bryans are starting to fall off the back of this train, but coming back at them as they come through the tri-oval. And they're all in single file at the moment. You did mention before, Ryan, that they were losing a little bit of pace. Well, it looks like for the most part they have managed to sort themselves out. But back towards the lead pack we come.
What's happened to Austin Armstrong? He's retired from this race. He's our first retirement. And just a lap ago, he was on track. Oh, there you go. He's found the fence somehow.
Oh, no.
By
That's
himself.
a shame. Yeah, that's a real shame.
He was running a high line all by himself, and he's just got up into the fence. And I think has just decided that he's got a bit too much damage on the car now and is retired from this race. Real shame for the 876.
He was running pretty well early on, was Austin Armstrong. So that's a very unfortunate state of play for him.
We are 20 laps into this stint. The last stint we had, green flag run, I should say, was 20 laps. The one before that was 17 laps. Can we break the shackles and go longer than 20?
And that is 1/3 race distance completed. Tell you what, the Mad Sim Racing cars have been supreme in this race so far. Kotska up the front of the field, just keeping things under control nicely. Saw a switch to the low line there as well from Lawrence Shaughnessy in the 541. Meanwhile, Morton and Quinn on the high line. Their momentum has stalled a little bit. They've got more drivers to help them out now, but it seems like the low line has really come into its own here now. Tom Abramadis and Ken Leung behind them, they're just not able to do much at the moment.
Yeah, if we look at this from really high up, from space station cam, there you go. You can see that there's just more numbers down low, and the more cars you have, the more energy you have in the lane, and that's what propels you up to those high speeds of 320, 330 on the back straight. And you can get to max speed with 4 or 5 cars, but you've got to be really well organized. So it's a numbers game, and at the moment the top lane doesn't have it. What they do have though is 4 cars going a lap down, sending them all 3 wide through the tri-oval though. A pretty good place for it to happen. Into the corner though. Wow, that was really tight. I didn't catch you that.
On the wall.
Yeah, that was really tight. Someone got very close to that lead car up top as they entered turn 2, and I think Partridge got a bit spooked, as you would.
Yeah, definitely makes sense there. Well, McAnini is the car that got into the wall and dragged the safer barrier quite a bit, but he's gotten back up to speed, and have a look at the run that he's got there. Going to scythe ahead of Christopher Bammer. And he's gone into the battle for the lucky dog here.
Yeah, that's a fight within a fight that we need to talk about. So, of course, in NASCAR, first car a lap down, who's not involved in the incident, when a yellow flag comes out, gets a free wave around back onto the lead lap. They're able to do that and make their pit stop and be back on the lead lap. Everyone else who's a lap down can stay out. And if everyone on the lead lap pits, those cars that were a lap down can get the wave around with 1 to go. However, they cannot make a pit stop. So the lucky dog is a massive free kick. And Greg McKinney, Christopher Bammer are the 2 cars a lap down right now who'll be fighting for that. And they've got Ray Partridge, who's 3 laps down in between them.
We'll
34 cars still running. 35.
Yeah, I think it's that's a big puff of smoke there. That would have been for an incident for Nathan Dowd, unfortunately, who started in the top 10 in this race. Not involved in the leaders though, but hearing the slight exclamations from our producer Jay,
he's either spotted something really good or he's just been hand-delivered some food. Ooh, it was something good, depending on your viewpoint.
Me. Yeah, okay. So Nathan Dowd making contact with, who was that? 91. That's Stephen Hassett. Oh, dear. Okay, so something's broken in the car at this point, we're hearing. So, some slight further problems, and oh, yeah. Oh, goodness. Yeah, that's no good.
And that didn't bring out... Very surprised that did not bring out a yellow. He was stopped on the racetrack.
Yeah, me too. He was half on the racetrack there at the bus stop chicane. But evidently...
Discretion being shown by the computer system.
Yeah,
the algorithm.
Interesting too that the leaders were coming up on him quite quickly at that point. But fortunately, we've avoided anything too gnarly on board with Hamilton and Akabuizi.
Here we go. His teammate out front, 3 cars down low, and then a big gap back to the 4th Mad Sim Racing car. If Liam Quinn wants, he could have split that gap, but he didn't.
Very near spin from Gregory Hectus. I saw that too. He managed to get it under control, but that lost a little bit of momentum for him and Joey Haynes, another member of the Evolve Sim Sport crew. Get a quick replay of that one. Have a look at this
some momentum.
Here. Yeah, brilliant momentum for Gregory Hectus, but coming off the turn, whoa, or even in the mid-turn.
That's a very weird place to get
much.
Oh, it's very strange. Yeah, so they had separated this quartet. Miles Crabbe had just fallen off the back. And for a moment there, Liam Quinn and probably Justin Morton as well could have both jumped in between Crabbe and Richardson. They elected not to, and we still have 4 cars of the Mad Sim Racing variety out front.
Yeah, it looks like they've well and truly broken free of the top line now. Bottom is where you want to be.
Just starting to cast a mind to the pit stops.
Yes.
So we restarted on lap 45. It's 30 laps ago. So anywhere from 5 to 10 laps away from some green flag stops here. Touch wood.
Mm-hmm. And if green flag stops were to happen, that would massively spread out the field.
Yeah, it'd be very interesting to see if the Mad Sim Racing cars can stay together. If they do, they're going to be unstoppable, and they might even be able to break away from the pack. At least initially. Oh, check up at the back of the low line. Challenger at the head of that. Not sure how that came about, but they've all gotten away with it. Just about. Highline's coming again, having another attack.
Yeah, it's starting to gain a bit more momentum, aren't they? Coming across the tri-oval. Top 3 cars in the high line working well together. Abramatis, Morton, and Quinn. Drawing level with 4th place at the moment. Number 31 and Miles Crabbe. Oh, yeah, there was a bit of a bubble dump draft? Double bump draft. With Abramatis getting into the back of Morton slightly. That would have helped a little bit in a straight line. Once they come to the turns, though, it's a different story. More lapped traffic coming up here. Stephen Hassett, who we saw involved in that incident earlier with the car of Nathan Dowd. So he goes high, and they scythe through middle of the road on the high line.
Stephen Hassett,
though, for Stephen.
Yeah, he just grinded along the fence as he tried to let them all go. Gave him a little bit too much room. 3 wide is very, very possible here at Daytona. It should be easy, but add in varying levels of inexperience, and 3 wide can become quite the issue sometimes. But with a good group of drivers, 3 wide can be pretty spectacular and fun at Daytona. Talladega is a bit wider. That place is very easy 3 wide and sometimes 4 wide. You get 4 wide at Daytona, you're not going to last very long at all.
Absolutely not. Requires precision, requires bravery, requires a lack of survival instinct as well. Although, you don't really need that in sim racing. I cast my mind to Darlington Raceway as well. One of the oldest tracks on the NASCAR schedule, and a circuit that is incredibly narrow. You basically see no 2 wide racing there. Liam Quinn, meanwhile, going to the bottom line for the first time. That's an interesting decision.
No, getting ready for pit stops.
Yeah.
35 laps in.
Yeah, he wants to switch down to the low line so that he can have a proper run into the pits and also maybe save a tiny bit of fuel, because remember, he was at the front of that high line train for quite some time. He would have burned off quite a bit of fuel from that.
Yeah, so if you're going to be pitting, you've got to do it from the bottom line. You've got to be down low, because if you try to come in from the top, you've got cars beneath you that aren't pitting, that's where you can end up that's where you will end up in an accident. You've also got to make sure when you pit in a pack of cars like this, there's 20 drivers in the lead group, that you don't jump hard on the brakes on someone's bumper. Get off the racing surface and onto the apron. Make sure you're not still on someone's bumper and then hit the brakes. Make sure you've got room in front of you in case someone in front of you has a problem that you can drive around them. Luckily, the entry to pit road is about 10 cars wide, so there's plenty of room, but it is a dance to find that room. Coming off the racetrack at 300 kilometers an hour.
And add into that the point that we made earlier about how difficult these cars are to slow down. With the brake bias as far forward as it is to keep the car stable on pit entry, it becomes an understeering beast once you get on the brake pedal, so it's very hard to make any adjustments once you get on the anchors. The top line is really coming back though. Have a look at this. Justin Morton leading the way and getting pushed by Ken Leung, incidentally. Leung is now with his teammates. Will he switch down low here? Challoner's up there as well. Moves into third.
I think we might have drivers pitting this lap. Here we go.
Yep. They all file in there. Looks like most
Morton's
of the
got it wrong.
Oh no.
He was on the grass. He was on the grass. I think he was speeding as well. Yes, he was. He might get away with it though.
Liam Quinn did not come in that time. He stayed out with the rest of the Evolve cars.
Yep, they're going to try to work together on a smoother pit entrance. Now, let's see if Morton did not get a penalty. He got away with it. Very lucky there, Philip Morton. Justin Morton. Have I been calling him?
Oh, we might have a yellow. No. Paul Slavonic. Slow on the racetrack. No, we stay green.
Evolve into pit road at high speed.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no! The teammates come together! Coming together in pit lane. That is slightly embarrassing. Flag for cars 18 and 33. That's Christopher Bammer and Joey Haynes. They sped into the lane.
Eric Smith as well. He was coming to pit road. I think so was Brett McCoy. In the end, neither of them made it because McCoy jumped on the brakes. Smith got into the back of them. Neither of them slowed down, and they both had to go around again. Now, McCoy will finally make it to pit road, but he's lost a lot of time in doing that.
He has indeed. So, wow, that was a very awkward incident between Shane Vickery and Liam Quinn there in pit lane, the two Evolve cars that came together. Quinn was later on the brakes into the pits, but and to the inside of Shane Vickery, but then Vickery sort of drifted across and turned Quinn around. So, very awkward there for that crew. Challoner, meanwhile, staying out with these 5 cars here, but they all come in except for Nathan Dowd, who is a couple of laps down and will continue on a bit further. So Challoner, Hectus, Abramatis, and Foster in. Here's that incident between the Evolve cars and then also those 2 cars you mentioned, Ryan, going for pit lane and then just nowhere near able to make it.
So looking at the cars that have pitted, Andrew Koska, I think, is the provisional race leader. He's got team cars behind him, then Justin Morton and Hamilton Akabrazi, and then a gap. So this is that breakaway I mentioned about. You pit first, you can often find yourself breaking away.
You can indeed, and they make their way past almost in due course here. Yep, as Challoner and Hectus come out of the lane, they're going to be right on them here. And they zoom on past. So now Hectus and Challoner need to start working together here. The top 3 remain Mad Sim Racing cars. Koska leads, then Crab and Richardson. Justin Morton in 4th. Hamilton Akabuezi in 5th now. Alan Wilson has held on to them there. Shane Vickery on his own at the moment, but he's going to have that pack of Challoner, Hectus, and Foster coming up on him soon.
And a lap down as well, Vickery.
Yep. Some extra work for Vickery to do in the lane, thanks to his coming together with his teammate Liam Quinn. But this is the front of the field now. Mad Sim Racing still has control of this race at the moment. What can Justin Morton do here? We're still not halfway, so wouldn't be advisable to make any big moves now. Just make sure that you sit behind them, stay with them through the pit cycles.
Oh, let's get a replay of Brian Scrivener coming out of pit road.
Yeah, we'll see that eventually.
Not the greatest piece of driving I've ever seen.
Yeah, I've just seen it myself. That would have been disastrous if that had turned out any other way.
I think Halloween, I think he should be dressing up as Kevin LePage.
Goodness me. Well, end of lap 88 there. And Morton is doing quite well to keep himself right in line with the Mad Sim Racing cars, as we see now.
Watch
Brian
this.
Scrivener. Yep. He exits pit lane, and then the pincer maneuver there. Brian McGreevy down low and Travis Walling up high. That could have been much worse than it turned out to be.
Yes. Very fortunate there. So, the way this is played out, we've got 8 cars in the lead pack. And then a gap back to the next group of cars, which is actually led by 3 lapped cars. Well, it was. Stevens going to force his way beneath the lap down drivers, with Isaacs in tow and Lawrence Shaughnessy. But that's only a 5-car pack. They'll struggle to catch the lead group.
Yeah, plenty more cars involved in that one.
And then it's a substantial gap back to, 12th, 13th, and 14th are together. And then it's 12 seconds back to Liam Quinn, who's 15th. He's
Yeah,
only got one car with him. There's some
Yeah.
there's some huge gaps in this field race, and there's no big packs. The biggest pack is the lead group of 8.
Yeah, plus 1 lapped car in the middle of them. Quinn has been really hurt by that coming together in pit lane with Stephen Vickery. Ended up spinning into the grass and losing a lot of time. That's the worst thing to happen under a green flag pit stop.
There is a pretty decently sized pack around 17th place, which incorporates a number of lapped cars. But they are 26 seconds off the lead of the race.
Yeah, that's 17th place, currently held by Ryan Steele. This is at the back of that train you were just mentioning, Ryan. Walling, McGreevy, Mookie, Slavonic in there as well. Slavonic a lap down at the moment.
Key here for all these drivers in different parts of the racetrack is to get yourself single file. If you're going side by side, you're going to be losing time to the leaders because they're all single file and working together nicely. So low 46s, 46.3 the pace from Koska last lap. Eric Smith, who's 18th, did a 47.0, so he was 0.7 of a second slower. And the lead group is the fastest group, from what I can tell out there at the moment.
Yeah, they definitely are. Fastest car on track that time by was Christian Challoner, 46.401. In fact, the exact same lap time as Hamilton Akabuizi. Down to the 1,000th of a second. So this is intriguing now as we enter almost half race distance. First round of green flag pit stops has resulted in, I'm counting, 5 packs of lead lap cars. One of them being Liam Quinn and Brent McCoy, just 2 cars who are trying their best to work their way back forward.
Just for reference, the lap 120 would be the 75 lap green flag run mark from our last caution on lap 45.
You might have just jinxed it, Ryan. We'll keep our eyes out.
I will be disappointed if anyone manages to crash right now, as they're all single file.
It's happened. I mean, earlier on in the twins, we did see a car catch the apron.
I thought you meant it had happened now.
No, no, no.
Okay, we're still good.
I need to work on starts of sentences. Here's the battle for 17th. Looks like there's a double line here going here with Ryan Steele now having to make way for Chris Tito on the inside. Once again, there's 2 cars up top. A little bit more momentum off the corners, but oh, no, 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 no. Easy does it. Eric Smith and Chris Yatito banging wheels there, coming off the tri-oval. And well, Yatito is touching the yellow line as well. That's a bit dangerous. He's got to be careful. He's going to fall back in behind them there. That's good. They're going to stay mostly single file. Now the challenge is...
There's a bit of chatter going on. Christian Tito is talking to Brian, which doesn't narrow it down. Brian McGreevy. Well, actually, he's got two behind him. He's asking Brian, insert last name here, to keep it straight. So you'd suggest it's McGreevy because Tito is leading, is second in this group. Third in the group. He's got
Brian Scrivener and McGreevy behind him. And keeping it straight, we're talking to the bumps. He doesn't want to be getting hit with cars going... If you hit someone as your momentum is going to the left, you're going to send the car in front of you in the opposite direction, even if you hit them square. So you've got to make sure you're driving straight when you hit someone as well.
Yeah, that you do. Wheels got to be perfectly straight. Can't have any other forces acting on the car at that stage. Well, they've fallen back into single file. That's good. We'll see what kind of laps they can get on at the moment. But right now, all of the drivers in this pack are doing low 47-second lap times. Meanwhile, the lead cars are doing mid-46s. So they are still losing time here.
Yeah, we're going to see cars go a lap down here. We're going to see everyone up to 16th a lap down, and probably 15th as well if we go green long enough. This lead group is catching that last group of cars that are on the lead lap. But what it will do is those two groups will form, and we will be left with a pretty big pack of cars at the front of the field, which could, you know, go wrong.
Oh, yeah. Travis Walling, the last car on the lead lap at the moment. He's all on his own right now, just coming out of turns 3 and 4. Meanwhile, the lead pack is in the middle of 3 and 4. They will come up on him very shortly. Walling has no one to help him at the moment. And oh, I've just seen coming in, just Julian Mookie. That was a big incident. He's going to come back up onto the racetrack very slowly, but immediately goes high because he knows that this lead pack is coming up on him. So we remain caution-free for the time being.
That was bizarre. Just sort of drive into him in a straight line.
There's the lead pack making their way past Travis Walling. Now you see the difference in speed there. Walling can only do 285 on his own. These guys, meanwhile, they're touching 310 k's an hour coming across the start-finish line. Here's what happened to Julian Mookie as we get the halfway point. 100 laps to go, and oh dear, yeah, that's what happened to Mookie. Well held, I have to say, but he could have done without that whack in the side.
He's about to go an extra lap down now, or a lap down, as the lead group races by. Get down, side draft, slow the last car down so you can get that slipstream. No, he's missed it. He might hang on. I think he'll be safe.
Yeah.
3 cars in front, just separated slightly from Challoner in front of them, and it's pushed them back into the clutches of Mookie, who's just holding even at the moment. I think he'll be right at this point.
Yeah, I think he's just managed to latch onto the back of that train. He's going to have to, you know, stay, keep the car of Travis Walling right in the middle of his field of view.
He could do with a checkup in front. That'd be nice for him.
Oh yeah, he certainly could.
Oh, where are you going, Mookie? No! What is... No. He's just drifted up to the middle of the racetrack, the middle of the corner. And I think he might have just cost himself the draft. He was closing back in.
He stays middle of the road through the tri-oval as everyone was sticking to the inside. So, unfortunately, Mookie has not done himself any favours there. He's going to fall further behind.
20 laps since pit stops for this lead group. We've very suddenly gone through halfway. 98 laps to go. We are into the closing stages. Now from here, how many more stops? So they'd be looking at that first run for, I'm looking at Kotska for a reference here. That green flag run for him restarted on lap 45, pitted on lap 82. So that's a 37 lap run. So if he does another 37 lap run from there, he'll be pitting on lap 120, 18. Yeah, I don't know. I think
Round about lap 120 or thereabouts.
yeah, I don't think 82 plus 37 is 118. Jay. So it's 119 though. And then 119. 119, add another 37. Can that get you to the end after another pit stop? No.
No, it cannot.
But it will probably give you half a tank. So you put on lap 119, you come in again on lap 156, thanks Jay. And then pit again lap 190 odd. It'd be a splash and dash. It'd be a very interesting end to this race if it went green all the way. So 2.5 stops from here to get home. Critical lap number would probably be about lap 165 at a aggressive number to be able to get home to the end.
So we'll keep 165 in our heads. The leaders have got roughly 60 laps until they hit that number. And there will be another pit stop in between now and then, at least one. These guys are all now 20 laps or so into their current fuel stint. So we should be expecting more pit stops within the next 20 laps.
Drops from a microphone.
No one could
over
tell.
by a ghost. Really?
I did not hear any kind of mic falling sounds.
It's actually very surprising. It was so loud it peaked.
Interesting.
So 8 cars in this lead group that are on the lead lap. There's a lapped car or two in the mix. 12 seconds back to Jerry Isaacs in 9th. Who's got 4 cars with him. 19 seconds back, you'll find 12th place, 13th and 14th, and a few laps cars. And then 33 seconds to 15th, Liam Quinn. 47.3 last time by for him. Koska did a 46.6. Under pressure. And Quinn and company, they lost a lot of time in the pit stop cycle first time round. If they do that again, they're going to be a lap down.
Yeah, Quinn will be hoping that his pit entry is clean at this next pit stop cycle. We've also had our second retirement of the race, Christopher Bammer exiting the server a lap or two ago. But we still have 34 cars circulating.
Yeah, good to see Jackson still running. He's 5 laps down, and Ray Partridge is 4 down. It's a long road back, but possible. And then we've got half a dozen cars that are 2 laps down. They're still well on the fight with a couple cautions. And all the cars that are 1 lap down they just need 1 caution to get back into the mix. So, still well over 30 people that could be in contention for this win. Is what we like to see.
Back to this pack. Quite a ways back for Jerry Isaacs, Lawrence Shaughnessy, and the lapped cars of Joey Haynes and Sebastian Jackson. Got Daniel Stevens in there as well. And looking at their lap times, well, it's a losing battle at the moment. They'll be hoping for another caution to try and catch back up to the leaders, because these guys are running 47.2 second lap times. Meanwhile, Andrew Kotska in the lead just did a 46.4. So that's absolutely massive on a super speedway like this.
Yeah. This is the portion of the race where you, well, at least I, really question the decision to do this race. Because you spend an entire run just single file. You're not even full throttle because you're lifting off, you're saving fuel. You're just doing nothing. You're just saving, riding. And 9 times out of 10 we get this scenario at some point throughout a Daytona 500. Very rarely is it side by side all the way through. It's just a matter of waiting now. It's a patience game until the end. But, like we saw that incident earlier for the 2 cars that were all by themselves, it's very easy when you're running single file to lose concentration. And the longer we go, the likelier it is that even though we're single file and no one's racing particularly aggressively, that we'll see a caution.
Yeah, this and it's one of the things that I like about these long races like this is the number 91 of Stephen Hassett comes into the pit lane. It's another green flag stop there, and he managed to make 39 laps on that stint.
Oh, it's not a bad effort.
Yeah, not bad at all, considering he spent most of that on his own.
Yeah.
But long races like this, I mean, you know, the 500-mile race here at Daytona and the 500-mile race at a certain racetrack in the state of Indiana, there's these long periods where drivers are just sitting and waiting. You know, they've got their eyes on stalks. They're watching everyone around them. They're trying to plan for their next pit stop, and it's like building a house, really. Basically, conducting one of these races as a driver, you got to build it brick by brick, and then in those last couple of laps, you put all the furnishings in and get the plumbing done, and then hopefully you have a home, unless it gets blown up by the other drivers around you.
Are you an experienced home builder, Reese?
I am not. Though I know a couple of friends who have built houses, and it is indeed a very long process.
Well, you've done a room at least. You've rebuilt a room.
Yeah, true.
Speaking of homes blowing up.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. The straps of the ceiling in my studio fell down in October, so the entire ceiling came down over all of my equipment.
Someone took trick or treat a bit too seriously.
Yeah, just a bit.
Oh, interesting bit of information there from David Hall over the radio, letting everyone know he's got 7 laps of fuel left at the line.
Oh. Okay, and David Hall is currently in 12th spot. He is at the front of this 3rd train right now.
We're getting closer to lap 120, which will be 75 laps from the last yellow. And if we get a caution on that lap, I'm going to buy a lotto ticket.
I might join you.
As well, it's likely. I think it might not be too far off the pit lap too. Halstead's got 7 laps left. That's what, 121 when he said that. So Koska, he's been out front all the way. Koska's going to have to pit pretty soon.
Yeah, Koska, he's on the 34th lap of his stint at the moment, as with everyone back to Morton in 4th. Hamilton Akabuizi is on the 33rd lap, and it's the 31st lap of the stint for Challoner, Hectus, and Foster. So all those drivers now have entered the window for pitting. I would expect them to go for maybe a few laps longer at this stage, because that lead pack, especially the drivers further in the middle of it, they'll be saving a lot of fuel here in the slipstream.
Oh. The 42 just got sideways coming off of turn number 2. Saved it. That was Chris Yatito. And that's around the area where the only side-by-side cars on the racetrack are. On the 32, almost chopped the nose of the Evolve car beneath them there as well. Hearing cars pitting this lap.
Well, we check out what happened to Yatito there. Tried to move up at the exit of the corner, but that was the wrong place to do it. Rear end got free.
I think around Lawrence Shaughnessy there was talk of pitting.
Yeah, so Shaughnessy, 9th place at the moment, ahead of the lap car of Joey Haynes. Daniel Stevens now in 10th spot.
No dice this lap.
They're thinking about it. Okay, easy boys.
Bit of side-by-side action.
Ryan Steele leads Eric Smith and Brent McCoy in the bright yellow machine at the front of this pack. They've got Liam Quinn with them as well, who's managed to hook up the draft on the inside.
And the leaders. Leaders have joined the pack.
That they have. Look at them there. Staying high is Brian
70.
McGreevy and everyone behind them.
70 in the fence. Just gets away with it.
Only just. Doesn't lose much momentum. That was Brian Scrivener.
I have 3, says David Hall.
3 laps left. Okay. Almost at that critical number. Yeah.
Sure, that's what he's talking about. He's got 3 chicken tendies left of his lunch.
I'd like 3 chicken tendies now.
Yeah, look, I'm pretty hungry right now. Just caution. Dip away for some snacks.
Yeah.
Come on, it's lap 120. It's lap 120 for some of them. For the race leaders.
Yeah, the race leaders who are right behind Paul Slavonic at the moment. This is good for Kotska, Crab, Richardson and those behind. Now that they've drafted up to this pack, they are able to save a bit of fuel themselves. And conversely, that is also up to the pace of Steele, Smith, McCoy and Quinn. They are now pitting in the 46-second bracket.
Steele's just announced that he's pitting this lap.
Okay. Who will follow him in?
You have to think Eric Smith, because he's told us he is over the radio. I'd say Brent McCoy, Liam Quinn and Paul Slavonic, they'll all come with him. Shaughnessy says he's coming next time.
So Steele moves off. He's followed in by Smith and by Quinn, I believe. Oh, gently does it.
Oh, I don't know if he will have got away with that. Don't think he's... Yeah, he didn't slow it down quick enough. Black flag for Steele. He'll have to hold in his pit box for 40 seconds.
That's going to be a death knell on his race here, especially pitting under green flag. That will put him at least a lap down further.
Might keep him out of the inevitable.
Oh no, Jerry Isaacs.
Big God when it happens. Jerry Isaacs
More cars coming into the lane meanwhile. From the lead pack, we have our leaders in. And a little bit of contact there. Akabuizi got into the back of Miles Crabb in the 31 there. Car 51, meanwhile, replay of the missed pit entry here. Just wasn't able to get it online in time for the lane, and away he went to Jerry Isaacs, and that, especially under green flag conditions, is another thing he would not want. Remember, he was racing for around about 10th spot. Race off pit road is complete, and Miles Crabb comes out ahead of the rest of his team cars, but Christian Challoner with the best run through the pit lane there. 33.2 seconds for Christian Challoner. He was very fast on pit lane. Everyone else couldn't get under 34 seconds.
Challoner was 18 seconds behind Koska. How has he ended up just a couple seconds in front of Koska?
Challoner was at the back of that lead group, so he's he somehow made up excellent amounts of time there, gaining upwards of a second on everyone else on the transit time through pit road. Roughly the same pit stop time, but yeah, it was the entry and exit where he gained.
Well, Challoner leads. In front of him is actually Brent McCoy, who's hanging on to the lead lap by a car length. Challoner won't mind that, actually. He's able to get some fuel saving done while still leading the race. Mike Crabb, Justin Morton, Hamilton, Akabrazi. Top 4 in a group, 5th and 6th by themselves, a few seconds back. Foster and Hectus by themselves, a few seconds back. Again, big spreads through the field.
Yeah, big spreads indeed, and this time the packs are not more than 4 or 5 cars each. So that's equalised things a little bit, Ryan. We don't have a big lead pack now, as we ride on board with Alan Wilson here. 43 laps completed on this stint for Alan Wilson. He has done very well to save quite a bit of fuel here, but we should expect him into the lane very shortly. So through he comes into oval 3 and 4. And with the lead pack here on the bottom, I think Ryan, that these guys will be happy that they've got Brent McCoy ahead of them there. McCoy, technically about to go a lap down. He's the last car on the lead lap, but oh, someone's blown their engine. Is that Mookie? It is. Julian Mookie has lost his engine. I have no idea what happened there. Well, it actually looks like he was stopped for some time there and blew his engine in his pit box. That's bizarre.
Was he serving a black flag?
I don't know.
I think it was a bit long for a black flag. It looked like it was more than 40 seconds. I looked at it through fast forward, so I don't know.
He couldn't get into his box.
That's going to be a real kick in the guts for him. He's going to end up about 4 laps down this late on. It's going to be hard to come back from.
So he hits the wall on pit entry, and then there's this long saga of him trying to get lined up with his pit crew. See, there's attempt 1, and then he has to reverse again, get back into line there, and then the pit work can start. But
and
I don't know.
He's stationary. I wonder if he just punctured something when he hit the wall there, and then being stationary for so long, with no airflow, just engines temperatures skyrocketed. Well, he's got the spare car out.
That's good. While we were focusing on that, Alan Wilson and Brian Halleck have visited the pits again. They've just completed the first lap of their next fuel stint. We have 13 cars on the lead lap right now, and this is what happened to Mookie here. Just, yeah, just went in pit lane.
Had to have overheated. Too much tape.
Yeah, potentially. All of that time spent at a standstill in pit lane, trying to maneuver his car back into the pit box, probably set the engine temperature a little bit over the safe margin.
Speaking of safe margins, they're going to get smaller and smaller as we draw closer to the conclusion of the Intimidator, the Major Series, the Daytona 500. 71 laps to go next time we hit the line. And there's plenty up the sleeves of all these drivers. Only 4 cars out on the track have used their spare car, which means 30-odd drivers can afford to make a mistake. It's a dangerous mindset.
Yeah, absolutely.
Smoother pit exit this time from Scrivener. No LePaging happening like last time, earlier on in the race.
Paul Slavonic as well, making his way out of the pit lane. Back onto the racetrack in position number 20. We have 13 cars still on the lead lap. Brent McCoy there in 13th place, yellow car, with the lead pack trailing behind him. End of lap 130 then. We have 70 laps to go.
Calendar for the Major Series this year. Plenty of exciting events coming up. Of course, this is round 2 of the season race.
Absolutely. We can check out a couple of the events that are coming up next in this series, and the whole idea of the Major Series is to challenge drivers, make sure that they, that they are versatile. We've got the World Series of Asphalt coming up as the next round of the series. That will be in early March.
What the posters we've gone for in the Major Series this year as well. Probably asking a task too tall for Jay to pop them up on their broadcast. But yeah, World Series of Asphalt up next across March at New Smyrna. That'll be a late model, I imagine. New Smyrna is a pretty short track, short asphalt track, located in America, of course. But that's going to be another one for the oval specialist to excel. And then you're off to Knockhill in the touring cars. Quite the turn of events there.
Yeah, from one style of racing to the other. There's the full schedule. The World Series of Asphalt will be using the modifieds for that particular round. That is going to be very entertaining. I remember a couple of seasons back we ran at New Hampshire in the Tour Modifieds. And that was a very intriguing race indeed. We go MTCR, the Speedway 500, of course, for round 5, and then the Majors 24. That is just about the crown jewel of the Majors season. That will be taking place at the start of June, and then Long Beach. And then we go off-road racing as well, Ryan. That's going to be fun there. Pro 2 and Pro 4 off-road trucks at Crandon Raceway. Love me some off-road racing.
Are we allowed to do the Speedway 500?
We won't, but the event will still be run. Meanwhile, as we were looking at that, looks like the lead pack has made a move on Brent McCoy. And they go absolutely speeding past him. McCoy has been left, I was going to say high and dry, but he was on the low line. And oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Was that Ryan Steele having a little bit of a moment there? He's going to drop off the back of this train if he's not careful.
But what happened was Challoner just decided he wants to go to the top.
Yeah.
Everyone reacted, and McCoy, being the lead car, could not. Now, this is something we don't normally see, is everyone around the top of the racetrack. We see it often in real life, but in the sim racing mentality has not let it happen too often. But Challoner, with the experience, leading the way around the top of the racetrack. We'll keep an eye on what lap times they're able to do here compared to what everyone else is doing around the track. That was a 47.3 for Challoner that lap. Lawrence Shaughnessy did a 46.9 back in 9th place at the head of a group of about 6. I don't know if it's particularly fast up top.
It remains to be seen. The Challoner does seem quite comfortable on the high line there. You see Miles Crabb just dipping down from time to time.
It's certainly easier. It's certainly easier to run around the top of the racetrack because you're turning less, which means the cars slow up less in theory. It's just a smoother experience. There's less checkups in the pack. Whereas when you're riding around the bottom, it can all get very congested very quickly. 47.4 for Challoner that lap. Shaughnessy, 46.9. Yeah, I don't know. It's not the quickest option.
No.
You'd probably use a touch more fuel as well, taking a longer distance around the racetrack.
Yeah, it's only a difference of a few meters or so, but it does make quite a difference. So Lawrence Shaughnessy in 9th place is just coming out of turn 2 right now. These guys in the tri-oval right now. And Shaughnessy is 28 seconds behind Challoner. So at the rate they're catching, 47.4 last lap again for Challoner. Shaughnessy, 47.1. 3/10 a lap. That's that. They're not going to be able to catch them unless there's a big difference between them in the next pit stop cycle or there's another caution.
Further we go, another round of pit stops will lose more cars off the lead lap. If we get a late caution, there may only be about 10 or so cars able to pit, take fuel, and race to the end. The rest might stay out to get the wave around, but will be short on fuel, or will pit for their fuel, but be a lap down. So it's an important stage of the race here for guys like Challoner who are looking to put themselves in the mix for the end. That the less cars on the lead lap, the easier it's going to be if we do get a late caution. I'm still going to say when we get a late caution.
Yep, when is almost a certainty.
I think when is a certainty. If would be almost, wouldn't it? Sorry.
I don't know. Is yeah, I was thinking is if a certainty, but then like if implies it not happening. On board with Justin Morton. Still racing for the top 3 in this race. He's had a really good run, but who knows? The stress might be getting to him at some point.
I don't know. That's a bold call from Director J. He says Morton looks more stressed than he did an hour ago. I don't know how you can judge that when all you can see is a quarter of his face.
Yeah.
It's... Okay, apparently Jay's been watching him for the last hour. I don't know how I feel about that. It's a bit off-putting.
Got a special zoom window just for Justin Morton. They're continuing to run this high line, and Challoner's starting to dip into the mid 46s here.
Forty 47s?
Oh yeah, mid 47s. My apologies. And actually,
I was going to say maybe they can build momentum, but they haven't.
and we were talking about the pack with that was headed by Shaughnessy, but Shaughnessy's fallen back a little bit now behind Tom Abramatis and the small group of lapped cars with them. Those guys are now running times roughly equal to this top pack here, despite the fact that they're sticking largely to the inside. So maybe the momentum of that pack for ninth on back has stalled a little.
Where's Abramatis from? It sounds like Abramatis. Sounds like a Greek god.
I'm sure he'd like to hear that. The club that Abramatis is a part of is Midwest. So potentially with some Greek heritage.
Yeah, I've never figured out. There's quite a few clubs in America, isn't there? Midwest though. It's not exact. It's not a state. It's what is it?
Well,
middle
it's
and west.
Yeah, it's the rough area that goes from about I'd say, you know, Wisconsin, Illinois, Iowa, Ohio.
Major's Garage says Wisconsin. Then why isn't the club just called Wisconsin?
Because America has to
Be
group
special.
certain drivers in. Well, yes, I think it's largely based on population as well. Because like California has its own club, but California has like 20 million plus people living there.
California is the same population of Australia.
Yeah, I know, it's absolutely crazy.
And then there's New Zealand. No one cares about New Zealand. They get lumped in with us.
Yep, they do.
We won't be far away from more pit stops. Ah, a little while. 120.
About
Yeah,
another
another
15 laps or
laps.
so. Leaders have just completed their 22nd lap on this stint.
Do you reckon the spy balloon is in the game? In the sky? In Florida? You know what I'm talking about, Reese?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I mean, it could... I don't know.
Maybe that's where Jay's put the overhead camera.
Yeah, potentially. That's how we see all.
Important update from Jay as well. He just wants everyone to know he's just been handed a chocolate ice cream. Thanks, Jay. Buy me one, please.
Wouldn't mind one too. I do have some ice cream in the freezer.
Oh, some
I'm gonna-
sprinkles on top.
Yeah, a bit of a hot day here in Western Australia.
Isn't that just every day?
Most
Average
of the
te-
year.
Average temp 30.
Look, it's the spy balloon.
Ha! Yeah, it's grown in size. Right, this race is building, is what I'm going to say. It's building. That's what I'm calling it, a building race.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Brick
now if
by
you get
brick.
one caution, it's going to just implode.
Yeah. It's like you're halfway up building the walls of your house, and then the caution is a cyclone coming through, just blowing everything down. You're like, oh no, gonna have to start all over again. Bump draft from Justin Morton on the back of Miles Crab. Challoner has a little bit of space behind him at the moment. It ebbs and flows. Crab will get into the back of him here.
As far as our commentary evolves, I don't think it's ever going to reach the point of the now famous clip from Le Mans. Have you seen that race?
Yes.
When there's no
I
cake.
Understand. Yeah, when there's yeah. that was hilarious. I mean, you know, doing endurance racing, you know, you're hours and hours into your commentary shift. It's at night. You do come out with some pearlers.
Got to stay awake somehow.
Yeah. You give less and less of a toss as time goes on.
I wouldn't put it that way.
Well, I mean,
I would just say your brain stops functioning. Which, for someone whose brain barely functions in the first place, it's a real challenge.
Yeah. Got to try and keep what little you have going on fumes. Fortunately, races like this don't last as long as a stint at a real-life endurance race.
Yeah, watching the Bathurst 12 hour at the same time. They've been green for like 6 hours. It's not been the most enthralling race over at Bathurst.
I'll wait for the final hour. And in the case of this race, wait for the final 10 laps.
Yeah, well, probably more than that. Final 20. Well, if we get a caution, any time from that on, if we can get some side-by-side action, 20 laps from the end, that'll be hot for leather. But if we stay single file, it maybe as late as a couple laps. We see that in real life, and they're single file, and no one moves. They're all just waiting for the last lap, but in the end, it turns into a cluster. I'm interested to see how this one evolves into its inevitable grandstand finish, though.
50 to go at the line. Christian Challoner's lap time is 47.622. And it's 47.6s, 47.7s for everyone behind him.
His fastest lap of the race, so her race, is a 45.7 reference, so about 2 seconds off there.
Yeah, that would have been when he was scything his way up through the pack very early on, catching slipstream off everyone around him.
Yeah,
but sorry.
Lap 88, he got a push all the way around the track from Gregory Hectus, had a slipstream off the car in front that then got out of the way, and then had slipstream from the pack in front of that. It's a perfect scenario for him.
Yeah, indeed. Bringing that 9th place fight back into this. Abramatis still at the front of it, and he has been doing pretty much 47 flats, so he is gaining quite some time at the moment. Tom Abramatis is the fastest driver on track at the moment. Let's see what his time is this time. 47.009. Daniel Stevens, our pole sitter, unfortunately going a lap down, but he was the fastest car on track that last lap, 46.9. So as the day has gone on, as you know, the rubber's been laid down and you know, the track sort of gets weathered in a little bit, driver's pace is just leveled off a bit. It's nice and steady right now. Still, for Abramatis here, and for Lawrence Shaughnessy, a car behind him there in the white with black racing stripes Mustang, they are still going to have to count on a caution. to try and get themselves back into the fight for the top positions.
Yeah, just see Nathan Dowd come to pit road.
That's
and
a
missed
big
his pit
overshoot.
box. Yeah, this race is just really unravelled for him. He was up the front through the first stint or so, but just hasn't been able to be in the right place through this long green flag run. It's over 110 laps now. It's getting close to 110 laps. And he's now pitted by himself, going to be all by himself back onto the racetrack, and yeah, he's preying on sheer drama if he wants a good result from this point out.
Yeah, he's 3 laps down.
Yeah, fair bit of chatter starting to light up over the radio. Drivers become a bit wary, and they too slip towards delirium.
Yeah, I think, one of the benefits of having semi-regular cautions as a driver is it gives you time to sort of refresh your brain and get back into race mode. When you've got really long green flag runs like this around a super speedway, if you're Christian Challoner, you're just flat out the whole way. You've got a train of cars behind you that you know aren't going to make a big move on you until, a reasonable time comes. So you're just keeping your foot pinned and just guiding your car through these flat out corners. It can be very easy to let your mind wander and for fatigue to come into it.
Yeah. Now, there's 46 to go. The driver's still staying out. 45 to go as we hit the line. I reckon this will be the last stop of the day.
Yeah, it's looking like it. The leaders are on the 34th lap of their current stint. They are right in the pit window. If they decide to pit now, anyone who pits now would probably be banking on a green-white checkered potentially, or
not a green-white checker. That extends your field number.
Yeah, of course. Sorry. Yeah. A late caution. My apologies. To just save that little bit of extra fuel, because we have seen drivers making it, 41 laps or so on a flat-out run in a couple of areas.
Reports that Split 2 is on the lap 125. So they've had a few more cautions.
Yeah, that they have.
So Director J reckons, here we go, moves to the inside. Miles Crabb goes down with his Mad Sim Racing teammates. Big shot from Jerry Isaacs. Justin Morton closes into the back of Challoner. Can he get down in front of Crabb? He can't. Mad Sim Racing line up on the bottom, all 4 of them.
That almost looked like a piece of art there. Wonderfully choreographed, but Challoner responds. Blocks the run there, and that leaves Justin Morton to lead 2 other cars on the high line, and a little bit of a bump from behind from Hamilton Aberquezy.
He was a whisker from being clear there. Yeah, our Director J reckons 40 to go, they'll be in, which would probably put this stint at about 40 laps and the last stint at about 40 laps. So yeah, they should make it. But there's a few drivers that have pitted already that they're not going to make it, as we see Morton and Aberquezy get down in front of Challoner. Hasn't really worked out for the Mad Sim Racing team this time around. Brett
No, it
McCoy
hasn't.
gets left out to dry. And by the way, Lucky Dog fight is in this. Jerry Isaacs is a lap down with Brett McCoy.
Yeah, indeed. So they'll have to think about that. Currently, McCoy's at a disadvantage. He's just gone to the back of the pack. He does catch the end of the train, though. That will give him the slipstream he needs. 37th lap of the stint that they're on right now. Those are a couple of big moves happening there. Well executed from the top drivers to block the advance of the Mad Sim Racing quartet there. And there's another bump coming onto the tri-oval from Hamilton Aberquezy. Akaboise, my apologies. And the lap times have just gone right down here. Once those Mad Sim Racing cars decided, yeah, we're going bottom, everyone else followed them, and now they are lapping about 7/10 quicker than they were.
Yep. Alright. I'm confident this is the last round of pit stops, which means the pressure is on for these drivers. Can't afford to slide through your box. Can't afford to miss pit entry. McKinney going to be one of the first to pit in the window here. He's a couple laps down. And it's called out that he will be pitting this lap.
Well, there he be with his VR headset and direct drive wheelbase. Nice big wheel as well, keeping the stock car theme going. Let's keep an eye out for his pit entry here. Down he goes.
All by
Nice
himself.
and easy.
Nailed it.
Nice.
No,
Oh,
he
no,
didn't.
not quite. Oh, well. Either way, it was a clean pit entry. Unfortunately, he doesn't have a drafting partner, so he's going to be at a disadvantage here. But as always, we add the addendum, unless there is a caution. These guys will be coming up to 40 laps completed on this stint.
Here we go.
now.
Challoner been leading all fuel run long, is pitting this lap. He is bringing a whole host of cars with him.
Let's see what Justin Morton does here. Off turn 4, down he goes. Oh, hello. Oh, Morton, no. Oh, for a second I thought he was going to miss pit entry there, but yeah.
Morton locked up late after passing the pit line and
That he did.
resulted in contact with Akaboise.
Yeah, Akaboise's gotten a black flag. I think he sped on the way in. Yeah, looks like he did.
It's remarkable that he did, but Morton didn't. Morton was going faster.
Yeah. Well, either way, that is a very unfortunate sequence of events there for the 660.
So in the end, it's 4 cars that emerged from pit lane together. Morton, Challoner, Foster, and McCoy.
The Mad
See
Sim
if-
Racing cars staying out meanwhile.
We'll see if this early pit stop strategy works like it has so far today under green flag conditions. I don't know if it will because there's not enough cars in that group. So Chris Tito finds his way onto pit road. Still looking for the dive in from Mad Sim Racing cars. When they do, they'll probably drag Gregory Hectus with them and Liam Quinn. Here they come.
Yep, there they go. Quinn stays out.
Oh. Miles Crab on the grass as he pulls it up.
Goodness me. It looks like Jerry Isaacs has gotten a black flag as well, unfortunately. Too fast into the lane. Meanwhile, the top 3 out of the cars who most recently pitted, Justin Morton. Let's see if he retakes the race lead here. The Mad Sim Racing cars still at a standstill in the lane, but they're just getting going now. Miles Crab is still in his box at the moment. Something's gone wrong for him. He missed his box, so he's had to stay in there a little bit longer. So out they will come. Cody Richardson coming out of the lane just ahead of Morton, Challoner, and Foster, and they all go through. Now the challenge is here for Cody Richardson, separated from his teammates now. He's going to have to try to catch up because those top 3 cars, they're all together. They're working together. Or are they? We see Challoner go very high there.
Engine temp.
Yeah, engine temp. He's trying to cool the car down a little bit and maybe just hang back slightly here from these two up the front. Meanwhile, the cars at the end of the top 10, Alan Wilson, Brian Halleck, both coming into the lane as well. The front 3, well, they've broken away, haven't they?
Each window, we've seen the cars in the lead group get smaller and smaller, down to just 3.
"34 laps to go." Morton, Foster, and Challoner have about 3 to 4 seconds on Cody Richardson and Gregory Hectus.
Can't get that green, can we?
Who knows? Miles Crabb, meanwhile, in the number 31, he has re-entered the racetrack in 11th spot. And he does have one of his team cars to work with here. But that's Jerry Isaacs, who, thanks to the black flag he got, is now down in 22nd place.
Track at the moment to wrap this race up in 2 hours and 45 minutes. That is a blistering Daytona 500.
Yeah, things have gone pretty quick, haven't they? There's the big bump draft from Challoner, pushing Justin Morton along. Brenton Foster's slotted back in behind. So they pitted 6 laps ago, these guys, and that was the end of lap 163. That gives us 37 laps, so yeah, that's going to be the final time that they pit.
Look at what the lead group have just caught.
Yeah.
Brian Barnes, Eric Smith, Jerry Isaacs, Miles Crabb. Crabb was in that lead group when they pitted, but he made a mistake on pit road, so did Isaacs.
Yeah, that 55-second pit stop time there for Miles Crabb really tells the story there. And even with missing your pit box, it shouldn't take that long to complete a stop, so evidently there were a couple other things that Crabb had to take care of during that stop there. But you saw how quickly the leaders came up on this pack. Now their momentum has just stalled as they've been forced to take the high line, and unfortunately the big push, well, it's starting to happen. Doesn't look like it's quite enough at the moment.
I think this might be a good thing for the top 3 to have some more cars around them. It'll make them probably navigate the track a bit quicker, continue to open up the gap, which is rapidly expanding. It's 9 seconds back to 4th place, which is a pack of just 2. Kotzker's all by himself in 6th, already 17 seconds back, and it's 23 seconds back to 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th.
Look at this from Christian Challoner. pushing Morton through the turns. How much trust is required there? Challoner, of course, very experienced on the oval side of things. Morton is too. Really good to see that that interplay between the drivers.
So, Lawrence Shaughnessy mentioned something about turn 3. I thought he said spinning in turn 3, but he did not. And if he did, I don't know what he was referring to.
We almost got our heart rates up there. So now 10 cars remain on the lead lap. David Hall in 10th place. Last car in danger of going a lap down.
It's all gone wrong for Mad Sim Racing. They had 5 cars lined up, nose to tail at one point at the front, and now they've not got anyone in the lead group. Well, they do, but he's just lapped down.
Yeah. How things change over the course of a race. Tom Abramatis at the head of this pack with Lawrence Shaughnessy. They gained a couple of spots thanks to Mad Sim Racing, unfortunately falling afoul of a couple of in-sim black flags and mistakes in the pits. But Ken Leung, the Mad Sim Racing car, just behind these guys. He's separated from them by Joey Haynes and Chris Yatito, who are battling over 16th at the moment. But we'll see what Abramatis and Shaughnessy can do at the front of this pack. They'll be trying to keep as clean as possible, because if a caution comes out, that's going to be their race resurrected.
.27 to go. It's getting down to crunch time for these drivers, but for most of them, they're out of it. And they'll know that, so they'll just be riding at this point, which leaves only a few drivers pushing hard. Probability of a yellow here is it's very low.
Yeah, the laps will continue to tick away. Everyone's in their rhythm right now. Not really seeing any wild cards at the moment.
Meanwhile, in split 2, they've had 10 cautions so far. We've had 2.
Yeah, poor split 2 drivers having to deal with a lot of trundling around.
Bit of arguing going on between Brent McCoy, Brian Halleck. They're going side by side, slowing each other down, and actually falling away from the 2 cars in front, Alan Wilson and Andrew Koska. And this is really poor. Yeah, finally, Halleck decides to just live to fight another day. He lifts off and tucks back in line behind, but that was a good example there of not being able to run side by side when everyone's single file, because you will just slow each other down with the side draft, taking air off each other.
Yeah, when you have long green flag runs like this and you have the packs spread out, you want to do everything you can to maximize your pace, and running single file is objectively the best way to do that. Justin Morton will be feeling the pressure here. Challoner and Foster are teammates here. So he is having to deal with a 2-pronged attack here. And it's all going to come down to the last couple of laps. Where do you place your car?
At the front.
Well, yeah, ideally. But as long as, but if you do that too early, then you leave yourself open to a counter attack from the driver you just passed.
I always wanted to be coming onto the final lap in third, but I've seen a lot lately where if you're in a tight pack, often it's the car that starts the last lap first that finishes first. Because if you're in a tight pack and you've been that way for a while, unless someone does something really bold, it's just going to be status quo. No one can go anywhere. But in this scenario, I would want to be Brenton Foster. If I'm Challoner and I go for a move, I'm hoping that Foster goes with me. And they're teammates, so it's probably likely that they would. But if you're Foster, you can lay back and even use those laps cars behind and then get a massive run off the draft of 2 cars in front. Hook at the outside, side draft the second car, slow him down, go by them both.
Yeah, that might be what Brenton Foster is thinking at the moment. But if you're Challoner and you try to go for a move on Morton, well, there's only one place that Morton's really going to go, and that is the inside line. The low line. And that is the quicker line. Oh, okay. That's interesting there. Looks like Challoner is going to fall back behind Foster at this point.
Yeah, he just gave Morton a touch through the corner. Morton got a little bit loose, and it caused some awkward nose-to-tail contact that pushed Challoner up the racetrack. And he made the good decision to move high before Foster ended up in his quarter panel. Crab continues to hold down the Lucky Dog spot. He's under no pressure for that because the next guy left down is about 5 seconds behind him. In total, there is everyone from 11th to 20th is a lap down. So if you get a caution, bearing in mind that they can make it home on field if it's green, a yellow makes it comfortable. I don't know if any of those drivers can get back on the lead lap. Normally you'd stay out and take a wave around, but the leaders aren't going to pit, so you can't take the wave around. The only option is a Lucky Dog.
Yeah, and only one driver is going to get that. At the moment, it's Miles Crab in car 31. Track temperature is dropping as well. It started out at 34 Celsius at the start of the race, and as the sun has gone down, it has dropped by a few degrees. It's now 31 Celsius, and the winds remain easterly at 20 k's an hour.
87 Fahrenheit, for some reason. 87.8, I don't know why.
Never understood the Fahrenheit scale. Morton holds strong here at the start, at the front of the field. But with Challoner and Foster swapping places like they are, I mean, I think the main reason they're doing that, as you highlighted before, Ryan, is just to get a little bit of time with no one in front of them and to cool their engines down a little bit. I mean, we saw right at the start. Who was it who had his engine blow? Was it Partridge? No. Right at the start of the race. Or was it? No, it might have been at the start of the
still
clash.
green. They had an incident.
Oh.
Chris Tito, the teammates, they were side by side. Liam Quinn tagged him. The 42 up into the fence.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Joey Haynes
got hit by Queen, his teammate, turned it down into Yatito. How was that not a yellow?
How was it not a yellow? I guess they kept a reasonable amount of speed. Once you fall below a certain speed, that's when the sim detects, okay, there's a problem here. So we see the contact between the teammates, and then bam, goodness me.
I would have just slammed on the brakes, to be honest with you. But that's just me. That's what you normally do in a crash, slam on the brakes. That's what you're supposed to do, you hold your brakes. But, we stay green. Fastest speed in this race. Abramatis, Greek god of speed, apparently. 343 kilometers an hour.
Goodness. That's pretty massive, considering we've had drivers running majorly in the vicinity of 305 to 311 in the draft. Abramatis is continuing to try and gain these little bits lap on lap, but unfortunately it doesn't look like it's working. Abramatis at the front of that train with Lawrence Shaughnessy. Those guys are running 47.3 second lap times. Gregory Hectus, meanwhile, he's right on the back of a whole bunch of lapped cars.
Brian Barnes had a big crash. We still stay green. It was just over a lap ago now, coming into turn 1.
And Mr. Barnes goes for the pit lane partially as a result of that. Oh yeah, that's a big smash. Once again, he maintained a good amount of speed. That was a bit of a bizarre one. That was on the way into turn 1, and he just lost the rear. Didn't make any sudden moves up or down the banking. The rear end just went. 14 laps left in the Daytona 500. And your 3 contenders all in the same frame right now. Still could be some surprises left in this race. But at the moment, it is that tense final stage. The drivers will be gripping the wheels, keeping an eye on their delta, keeping an eye on their engine temperatures, their oil and water temps as well. Try and have something to fight with towards the end. Justin Morton just holding station. Keep the foot pinned. Keep the wheels straight. And then when you start getting within 10 laps to go, that's when you really start looking out behind you.
Yeah, if these 3 stay... Well, I don't think we're going to see a move until the last lap. If it stays the way it is. Brenton Foster looking to win his first ever majors race as well. Challoner, surely, will just push him, help him. Challoner's won enough.
Some good stories here for the multiple champion of the Majors Series, Christian Challoner. Brenton Foster trying his best to make his mark, and Justin Morton trying to continue some pretty good runs that he's had in the past. Here we go then. Pit entry on the right of the screen and across the line. 10 laps to go. This is when the heat levels start to really rise. Turns 1 and 2 are in shadow at the moment. Not as much sun hitting them. It's a little bit cooler. Might be a tiny bit less grip available to the drivers. Everywhere else, fully bathed in sunlight. Staying in line reasonably is the number 11. Challoner has a little look out from behind to get a couple of his cooling ducts in the airstream. They hold back a tiny bit from Justin Morton at the start of this lap.
Yeah, they'll just be gathering information. Where do they need to drop back to get a run? They want to go now. This is early.
Yeah, it is early.
Foster to the outside. Challoner goes with him. A big run comes from all those lapped cars as well. Morton will just hold his station on the inside. And the 70 of Brian Scrivener pops up to the top with Eric Smith. So, I think this was a mistake.
Yeah, this is just offering the chance now for Morton to go high, and he is going high.
Well, not that. If Morton fights back here, I wouldn't. I would just wait. We've got a green-white checker up our sleeves. We've got 2 of them, in fact. So, if we get to 199 and a caution comes out, you haven't lost your chance. So just wait. Wait for the last lap. Use those cars behind. Start the last lap. 3/4 of a second.
Now, look at him go.
3/4 of a second back and use this on the last lap. If he gets down to side drafts, Challoner now, Challoner will go nowhere. Morton will go forward.
Also swapping down to the bottom there is the Mad Sim Racing car of Jerry Isaacs in P20. So now we have 2 lines of 3 cars. Moving up slightly was Brenton Foster. And back into the lead of the race goes Justin Morton. Does he move down? No, he doesn't.
Not clear. This doesn't make sense to me, though. There's 3 cars in the fight. You don't need a fight 6 laps out, risk an incident. The laps cars are complicating matters, but they're only in this mix because Challoner and Foster went for it. Here we go. He's going to clear him now, is Morton. If he goes down to the inside, while Smith and Scrivener are up top, they'll be boxed in.
Problem here with Morton is, yeah, he's never quite clear of them.
Oh,
Like,
I think he was. He had an opportunity.
Yeah, he
He's got to
did,
take those late in the race.
Yeah, he did have the opportunity to go down into turn 3 on the last lap. Ooh, all right. Off the track goes Eric Smith, but he recovers and gets back on. It was at this point on the last lap that Morton was ahead and could have moved down, but you see the momentum that the bottom line gains as soon as you turn in for the corner. You know, it's not just a case of the outside line being longer. It's also the fact that you're going uphill for a second as you get onto the banking. That loses you some speed.
Aren't quite clear. What's interesting, you got 2 team cars that aren't in the fight. Jerry Isaacs and Miles Crabb. Do they work together to help someone? At the moment, they're in different lanes. Maybe they want to make it an even fight.
Maybe
3 on the
they do.
inside, 3 on the outside.
The push is on the inside at least. Morton isn't getting as much help from the cars behind as he probably wants, but he's dipping a little bit lower, getting a slight bit of side draft. He's trying his best. And now he's got a Mad Sim Racing car on the inside. He cannot go low to get back behind Challoner and Foster.
He's got to get aggressive, Morton. He's not being aggressive on the side draft. Move down now. You've got an opportunity to move down, get in line. Because this isn't working. Just being on the top with these two pushing, it's not working. Needed to get down there, just get clear, work something else out. Still had 7.5 miles to go.
Every time the space looks like it's there, it vanishes in an instant. And now Morton is losing even more time here. There is nothing he can do.
Yeah, Eric Smith just side drafted him and slowed him massively. Now
Morton
he has to
go
work
low.
with Scrivener. Scrivener's clear. They'll both go low. They have to.
Yep. Caution.
And caution.
Oh, this changes everything.
And it saves Morton's life because he was not racing towards a win there.
Okay.
Oscar and Challoner are going to be furious with that yellow.
Yeah, they are. They looked like they had it in the bag. And it was contact between the Mad Sim Racing teammates that brought that one out. And Abramatis was involved in that as well.
And Shaughnessy just tagged the left rear into the corner. Did the two teammates.
Yeah, Abramatis and Shaughnessy were innocent victims in that. Abramatis has picked up some damage to his left front through 2 hits to the wall. He was very lucky to escape without getting cleaned up by the pack behind as they came up on him. But fortunately, they managed to avoid him. We'll get a replay on board with the number 33 of Joey Haynes. The Mad Sim Racing teammates coming together up the top, and then Abramatis and Shaughnessy have nowhere to go. Abramatis gets kicked into a slide. Shaughnessy cannot respond.
Not much in the way of lifting there from...
No.
Who was that? 33, did you say?
Yes. Mr. Haynes. So, now that everyone's under caution, that means the top 3 still very much together. Cody Richardson and Andrew Kostka. They will stay some way back, but still in 4th and 5th. No, actually, they go past the lapped cars, and now we have our top 5 altogether.
Yeah, I think top 9 altogether. Unless, well, Shaughnessy's got damage. Abramatis has got damage, unless they've got a spare car available to them. All the lead lap cars will go to the front of the field here. All the laps cars will get shuffled to the back.
That's a spare car used for David Hall.
Miles Crabb got the lucky dog.
Right. So that's it. 10 cars on the lead lap now to end this race with one of our 2 green-white checkers. One of our 2 potential.
One of our 2.
Yeah.
It's going to get spicy. So Foster and Challoner, the teammates, they will start inside outside. They need to get lined up, whether they coordinate the start, see how that plays out. And then Morton and Richardson. I want to see some aggression from Morton. I don't think he was aggressive enough in that little exchange before the caution came out, because he was still sitting in the middle of the racetrack rather than going down low through the corner when he was clear as that yellow flew. So he wasn't aggressively hunting for the slipstream. And then a couple of team cars. Mad Sim Racing are back in the fight. Richardson and Koska. They're starting in opposing lanes as well, though. Jerry Isaacs, he's in the mix, a lap down. That would help out a teammate, potentially.
A lot to consider here. Coming towards the checkered flag. Lights are off on the pace car, and we will be going green at the end of this lap. Still have the back straight. Turns 3 and 4 to go. Any one of the 10 cars on the lead lap here can win this race from this point. They just have to play their cards right.
Crazy could win this race. First car lap down. He'll wreck in front of him. Get the lucky dog. Sail on through. Absolutely anything could happen here. A green white checkered at Daytona. For the Daytona 500. No bigger stage.
And all of the players assemble, ready to act their final scenes. Pace car in. Barney waves the flag, and we are go. Who gets the best run here off the start? It's very even between Foster and Challoner up the front. But Challoner gaining a little bit more as they make their way into turns 1 and 2. Challoner gets a slight bump draft from Cody Richardson. But the inside line starts to come back.
Morton needs to shove Foster here. He can't let Challoner get down in front of his teammate.
Go for it.
But it's a big, big push from Richardson. It's going to push Challoner clear just about for a moment, but not anymore. They're still side by side, the teammates. 2 by 2.
Little bit of 3 wide in the middle of the lap cars, but that's worked out okay. A slight look from Gregory Hictus. He knows that he has the potential to win here in that bright green and black machine. White flag. Oh, and there is a couple of people going off in the background. We're going to stay green. There won't be a caution on the final lap. That's taken out a good portion of the field, most of the lap cars there. But it's all going to come down to these final couple of miles.
Who's going to shoot the middle? Can anyone shoot the middle? No, Hector's wanted to. Can't. Single car into the fence. Big run for the 51. Can't go anywhere on the 047's got no room. The team cars are blocking it out.
That they are. It's side by side between Christian Challoner and Cody Richardson turns Challoner around. Oh no! Oh no! That's taken most of them out. Cody Richardson to the line. Oh my God. Wow. Abramatis finished second in the midst of all of that. And Morton comes home third.
Richardson turns him and wins.
Wow.
I don't know. I think they were pushing through the corner. Nothing wrong with that on the last lap. Challoner just drifted up the track a little bit, and Richardson was faced with his left rear quarter panel.
And Challoner already making his displeasure clear in the in-sim chat. From leading on the final lap to being turned in the final couple of corners, you can imagine how hard done by Christian Challoner feels there. Remember, it's 5 o'clock in the morning for him in the UK, but regardless, Cody Richardson, also from the UK incidentally, crosses the line in first place.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, Richardson pushing through the corner. If you're going to do that, you probably should be sitting on the right-hand side of their bumper, and he was sitting on the left. That's why Challoner got him settled and shot up the racetrack, and that's what caused the incident. So I think, yeah, Richardson just not pushing in the right place there.
Yeah, you can already see he was on Challoner's bumper there through turns 1 and 2, but he had a tendency to dip lower than Challoner was. And that all comes to a head in turns 3 and 4. And the great tragedy of it is for Challoner and his teammate is that they were alongside each other there. And Challoner had just gotten clear.
Oh, Justin Morton, did he save that in the background?
Oh, not quite. That's what allowed Abramatis through into second. But fortunately for Morton, everyone else behind him had crashed into each other.
Morton's done a good job there. He's gathered it up through the grass. Impressive. Daytona always delivers at the finish.
Absolutely, it does. All right, we've got another look here from Morton's perspective. Challoner comes down and yeah. Oh, Morton actually got tagged by his teammate there. Abramatis goes through and wow, that was brilliantly controlled there from Justin Morton. Oh, goodness me. Wow. Okay. Not many words after that. We're going to go to our unofficial, we should say, race results, depending on if there are any decisions being made. Cody Richardson crossing the line, 4 tenths ahead of Tom Abramatis, with Justin Morton completing the podium. Andrew Kotska and David Hall, the top 2 of the Mad Sim Racing cars, or the 2 of the top 3 Mad Sim Racing cars, I should say. David Hall rounding out the top 5. Lawrence Shaughnessy comes home in 6th. Hectus, he had a run at victory on the final lap, but came together on the back stretch and managed to recover it. Unfortunately for Christian Challoner and Brenton Foster, they were 1 and 2 at the time of that incident, and they both get taken out of the running, with Miles Crabb rounding out the top 10.
Home in 11th. In a lap down, you don't say that very often. Brian Hallett, Alan Wilson, Hamilton, and Alcabresi, he was up the front for so much of this race. And Travis Walling, didn't see much of him, 14th. And Daniel Stevens started on pole, just didn't get the pit cycle right. Ends up 15th and a lap down. Brent McCoy, Liam Quinn, Paul Slavinik, Joey Haynes, and Ken Lewing round out the top 20.
Chris Tito, Eric Smith, Shane Vickery, and Ryan Steele, all 2 laps down. 3 laps down for Jerry Isaacs and Greg McInnerney. Unfortunate for those guys. Brian McGreevy and Stephen Hassett come home 4 laps down. Brian Scrivener and Brian Barnes rounding out the top 30. Our final cars, Nathan Dowd, 5 laps down. Sebastian Jackson sticking it out, as did Julian Mookie and Ray Partridge, who comes home 8 laps down. Our only 2 retirements from this race being Christopher Bammer and Austin Armstrong. A shame for those guys, and they were out quite early, but regardless, that is the way the proverbial cookie crumbles. And here we go then, we can go to driver interviews, and the first guy we're going to talk to is that 164 car, Cody Richardson. Well, crossing the line in first place at Daytona, Cody. I was going to say it must feel good, but man, that incident was really something right at the end, wasn't it?
Yeah, I'm always excited to get a win, but I never want to do it that way. I just want to apologize to Christian. I was trying to give him a push him to the win there. Just got a little off center and got him out of sorts and couldn't get off of him in time to keep from spinning him down to the bottom. But man, we ran good. All the Mad Sim Racing cars ran good all night long. We had a heck of a lot of speed. Like 5 of us started in the top 7. We were all running good together. Could keep the top line from forming. We could run whenever we needed to. Just all around a great car for all of our Mad Sim Racing team. And glad to bring home a victory. Just wish it could have been a little bit different circumstances.
Yeah, indeed. Well, just going back to the early stages of the race, you mentioned that you guys were able to work together really well up at the front of the field. How long was that in the planning stages? You know, you guys are obviously working hard on your setups and making sure you were all running close together, making sure that you could actually run in a line at the front. Obviously, there's a lot of preparation that goes into executing something like that.
Oh, hours and hours. Oval is what a lot of us that ran this did. I think we turned 600 or 700 laps just in practice, working on pit entry, working on pit exit, running together, how hard you can bump, where you can bump. I mean, as a team, we put a bunch of time into this. This is the kickoff of the oval season between this and the iRacing and IS series that we all like to run. This is the first of many 500s in the next couple of weeks, and I'm glad that we could get it the way we did.
Indeed. Well, top step for you, Cody. Is there anyone you'd like to thank before we let you go?
Yeah, I'd love to thank you guys up here at SimSpeed TV putting on these broadcasts for us, the top split every week. that we run these. You guys put on a heck of a show. We really do appreciate it. Thanks to the Major Series for putting this league on and everything. Thanks to all the friends and family out there. Do this every time. Hi, Mom. I want to thank Mad Sim Racing and all of our partners on the car here. Pro Kart Concepts, Great Hire HR, Power Headset, Alien Awards, Into the Apex Podcast. There's probably some that I'm forgetting as well, but they're all on the car there, and just want to tell everybody to check out madsimracing.com and intotheapex.com. New podcast episodes out every week.
All right, thanks very much for joining us, Cody Richardson, winner of the Daytona 500, and we also have Justin Morton in the box with us. Ryan's going to have a chat to him. 3rd place for the number 9.
Justin, P3 at the end of a wild finish to the Daytona 500 in the Major Series. How happy are you with that result?
I'm very happy with that result. My past 500s have always been really bad. I'm super stoked for that one. I'm shaking so bad right now from how tense that finish was.
The late caution really spiced things up. I was critical maybe of the battle between you and the 2 team cars of Foster and Challoner. But before that yellow came out, I thought you could do a little bit more aggression on your side. How is that playing out from your perspective? Were you just biding your time, or were you just 2 against 1 isn't fair?
Yeah, in that situation, I kind of knew what the writing on the wall was going to be if it came down to coming to the finish. I was just kind of hoping to just sit there and just take the 3rd. It is what it is. Not much I could do there. But then Brian Scrivener came up in a second pack there, and that sort of gave me a chance. And then the caution came out and kind of just reset everything and just tightened everything back up.
What was your view on that little incident on the last lap? Contact, Challoner gets turned from the lead. Did you get much of a look at it?
I forgot to take a look back at it. I was just focusing on trying to get through that wreck. I got through the other side, and then my teammate got a little excited for me, thinking he was about to push me to the win, and kind of just hit me a little bit too hard. But I'm just happy I made it through that wreck and made it out the other side clean and survived.
White knuckle, wide-eyed, right?
Yeah, that was intense.
Up to that point, though, it was a unbelievably clean race. Were you surprised by how long we went green?
I am surprised, but I'm not surprised. Through the week during the qualifying races, there were lots and lots of cautions, and I kind of knew things would probably settle down for the 500, and it did. This happened last year too, I think. It was cautions through all the weeks of the practice races or whatever, and then everybody kind of just settled down. They're in the main race, and you kind of just focus and know you're there, and you made it there and can make something of it if you don't wreck in the first 20 laps or whatever.
Well, you came through it pretty good, and P3, the Daytona 500, is an outstanding result. Thanks for joining us on Zoom as well, by the way, throughout the broadcast. We checked in with you quite a few times. Anyone you want to give a shout out to before we let you go?
Oh yeah, I'd like to thank Team on Forge and NRG for all the work we've put in this week. Huge shout out to them. Major's Garage for sponsoring us in PC Racer. Thanks to this event, I was able to choose the charity from last season, Rise Against Disorder. I was very happy to be able to put on a good result for the one that I was able to choose. And thanks to Mike and the admins who all put this together and put in the hard work, and the competition committee who's going to have to go over many protests. I hope everything goes smooth with that, and thank you guys for doing the broadcasting. You do a great job.
Thank you very much. Justin Moulton, that was your 3rd place getter in the Intimidator, the Daytona 500 in the Major Series race. We got there in under 3 hours. That is quite a time for 500 miles at Daytona.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a very quick race for us. It's still going on over at our friends at BRTV. They're broadcasting the 2nd split, so if you want more racing action now, you can head over to there. They've got 15 laps to go. for the next round of the Majors Series. It's the World Series of Asphalt at New Smyrna. You can catch that on Sunday, the 12th of March, here in Australia, early afternoon Eastern Daylight Time. So make sure that you join us for that one. Tour Modifieds at New Smyrna. Very nice indeed. Looking forward to that, as I'm sure you are too. Thanks everybody for watching. Make sure once again to check out the Rise Above the Disorder charity we're supporting for this round. YouAreRad.org, providing mental health care to people who absolutely need it, regardless of budget or circumstances. I'm Reese Gardner, Ryan Jones with me in the comms box, and Jay Kennedy on production. Thanks very much to everyone at the Major Series for putting this on. Bye for now, but not forever.
Hey, you know that guy who just before the green flag keys up his mic and asks, "Anybody got a setup?" Well, this is him. This is Adam, and hey, Adam needs some help. On the other hand, this guy over here, this is Steve. Steve is a solid racer and he knows his way around the garage. Steve's problem is time. With a job and a family, he can't find enough time to build competitive setups and to race as often as he likes. But as luck would have it, Steve knows a secret. He lets the Majors Garage crew chiefs do the setup work so he can focus on the racing. At majorsgarage.com, Steve can get setups for over 60 cars on the iRacing service. So no matter what series he wants to jump into, he is covered. Somebody, anybody, really should tell Adam. See you at the garage.